What up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier, and there's my main man, Chip Brown.
Hey, the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy to spend some time with us on an Overreaction Monday. What's up, Zay?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, man, chopping wood with a butter knife as usual. But, happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody. Hope everyone's having an enjoyable Cinco de Mayo. How's your Cinco de Mayo going?
No, not too shabby. I'm not gonna lie. Didn't know it was Cinco de Mayo until you said something. So that's kind of off the grid I am on this Monday. But yeah, happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody.
Yeah, everything good? Off the grid?
Yeah, a little humble pie this weekend with Texas baseball, but hey, ain't nothing too big Jim Schlossnagle can't handle. You know what I'm saying? Wake up call, if you will. So
Yeah.
Watch some rough baseball, watch some really fun basketball, men and women's. I don't know if you know, but the WNBA is about to start back up. So our girl Caitlin Clark is back out here selling tickets. It's like last year. So that was cool to see that. But yeah, good sports weekend overall. Well, decent. Besides those woo piggies.
Yeah, that was tough. That was tough. You really felt well, they were due, right? I mean, I say that and no one wants to hear that, but everyone was, and Jim Schlossnagle himself kept saying, hey, this conference is brutal and it's all about how you respond because you're going to get knocked down. It's all about how you come to the park the next day. And they got knocked down. They got knocked flat in game 1, 9-zip. Our man rubber-armed Ruger Riojas, they treated him like a rag doll.
They lit him up.
And then Texas's bats. Arkansas's pitching had their best weekend of the year. Their big power arms looked big and powerful. And they were dealing. Texas couldn't hit. And then, Texas's pitching, which has been its secret sauce all year, everybody got beat up for the most part. I mean, and Schloss juggled the lineup. He had Max Grubb start on Sunday because he didn't use them in that 9-0 beating. He saved his bullpen arms, knowing that game had gotten away from Texas. So he ends up starting Max Grubbs on Sunday. But Luke Harrison, who started on Saturday, he got touched up. And, Arkansas looked like the number 1 ranked team that they were in mid-April. And now we got to see how Texas bounces back because they showed some life in the Saturday game, the game 3. They actually had a lead. And Thomas Burns, who probably without Jared Spencer in the lineup qualifies as their best power arm right now. He pitched well against A&M. He comes into the game with the game tied 4-4, takes over for Grubbs, and then he gives up 5 runs on 2 hits. Arkansas was seeing the ball. They're hitting home runs. And the worst part of the whole thing was all the walks and hit batsmen that turned into runs for Arkansas. 14. So 14 walks or hit batsmen turned into 14 runs for Arkansas. So Arkansas punished every mistake. Their crowd was going bananas.
Zerk, man. How they allow all them flags in there? That's a lot of flags, man. Like, I get it. There's some home cooking going on, and then the game 2 umps, a little sketchy. The game 2 umps were tripping, man. Like Kimball Schuessler, he got pissed off after he got called out, where Jim Schlossnagle had to come back and hold him back. It was getting a little chippy, and their catcher was smart because it would be in ball territory, Chip. But then after he catch it, he put his glove right back up, back in strike zone territory. And I don't know if the umpire behind the plate was getting schemed out or something, but that should be no excuse. This is SEC baseball. You shouldn't be getting duped by the freaking catcher.
Well, Galvan does that too.
Not. Yeah, he does. They all do that.
They
but
frame it.
It seemed like it was only working for Arkansas. It was weird. It was really weird. And they were talking a lot of mess too. Gosh, they were talking mess. Especially the pitcher, game 2, Gage Wood. Oh my God, man. That dude, or Wood Gage, that dude, he only pitched like 50 pitches because he was on a restriction. And he put out somebody, and they were up 4-0 by that time. And he's over there moving his head all crazy and stuff. And it's like, damn, it's some serious humble pie.
Are you talking about game 1?
I'm talking about game 2. Game 1.
Okay. Yeah, because Zach Root struck out 11.
He was talking mess too. Like after he struck out, I don't know who it was, because he went 8 innings, all of them. And he struck out somebody in that 8th inning, and he was yelling and screaming, and he was calling the crowd to get into it. They got them Hawaiian brothers in the lineup, that they're a problem. The Aloy brothers, they're a problem. Them dudes are a problem.
Yeah, Arkansas is good.
All weekend, they were good.
Arkansas really got a shot. It's crazy to me. Dave Van Horn, as good as he's been, as many college World Series he's never won it all. Is that right? I think that's right. Because that guy, Schlossnagle talks about him with reverence, that he's one of the guys who's just been as consistent and successful. Okay, he won a Division II national championship in 1994 when he was at Central Missouri State, but he's never won a national championship while he was at Nebraska from 98 to 02, and then he's been at Arkansas since 03. But he's been to the College World Series 9 times, was the runner-up in 2018, has never won it. This team is
tough,
is capable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know. Like it was rough. It was like you got to go back to the basics on this one. Like I did not think that this Texas team. We haven't seen it. I haven't seen it all year long. They might lose a game, but they bounce back. Like this was ugly. And I saw what D1 baseball still has Texas as number 1. I don't know about all that.
What do you think about that?
I don't like it. Like, I respect it. I respect D1 looking at the whole SEC and seeing that, okay, Texas, this is their only lost series. Arkansas, they've lost 3. I respect it. But also, that was behind the woodshed, hide the children and babies. I don't know if anyone's old enough to see that type of ass whooping we saw Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That was an ass whooping. Like the whole pitching staff, like Max Weiner, again, the basics. Max Weiner, you got to get the guys back. Because when Dylan Volantis is getting touched up, that's how you know these boys ain't playing. Oh boy, went yard on Dylan Volantis like it was nothing. Dylan Volantis, this first time I saw him, shook. He tried to throw back to, I don't know if it was Adrian Rodriguez or Jalen Flores, trying to get that second base person stealing, catch him slipping. It was a wild throw. Dude goes to third. Then he gets touched up. Oh boy goes yard. Like, damn, everybody? Max Grove's been good all year. He getting touched up. You know what I'm saying? Luke Harrison and Ruger Riojas. That was kind of just the tone setter. Ruger Riojas, we haven't seen him get touched up like that all year long. 8 runs, bang, 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 just like that. It was rough. It was a rough watch. Like, I hope they use this as fuel. I hope, because it should be easy motivation when it comes to this coaching staff on, yeah, you guys, y'all beatable. Like, y'all ain't invincible to no one. No one fears y'all.
Well,
everybody else is looking at y'all as vulnerable.
This is typically the time of year when you got about 2 series left. The pitching is kind of wearing down. The hitting is picking up, and you kind of hit the wall with your pitching, and the hitting punishes the mistakes, especially good teams, obviously. So, it's raining outside right now. There's thunderstorms in the forecast. I'm not trying to be, but they probably could use a cancellation tomorrow night. Arkansas had
Stop it.
Hold on. Arkansas had their Tuesday night game last week canceled because of thunderstorms, and they looked fresh. And Schloss has talked about Lamar's our last midweek game, and he said it like kind of glad it's our last midweek game. But Lamar's no joke. I mean, they're 34-17. That's like a Texas State type of team with some pitching and hitting, and so look, Texas will be at home. It'll be fine, but they look like they need a blow. They got roughed up.
They got roughed up, I'm telling you.
I mean, what did they have? 2 hits in
game 1?
In game 1?
Yeah, that lefty, man, he was throwing all types of stuff.
And they're getting healthy. Arkansas is getting healthy, and Texas is as banged up as they've been. No Blue, no Jared Spencer. You
missed Jared Spencer this weekend.
Yeah, because he's your best and kind of, well, he's your best power arm, and you need to have one of those guys. Because Luke Harrison, Volantis, they're gonna get you with breaking balls, and nothing wrong with that. Look, Greg Maddux, he was a breaking ball guy, and he probably, I don't know if he's in the Hall of Fame or whatever.
Greg Maddux?
Yeah.
Yes, you kidding me?
He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's incredible.
He beat your ass with breaking stuff. Kat Osterman was a move pitcher.
Kat
had all kinds of movement. She wasn't gonna blow stuff by you. She was gonna bend it by you. So, yeah, man.
Yo, Ruger Riojas, it looked like the home run derby pitcher.
That's terrible. But 9-0. Hey,
the way it looked, Ruger, man, you gonna bounce back. It happens to everyone. You know what I'm saying? Roger Clemens has been touched up a couple of times in his career. It happens to the best. You know what I'm saying? But man, Ruger Riojas, the way that breaking ball was not breaking much in the middle of that strike zone. Oh man, them dudes from Arkansas, they were teeing up. They had fun this weekend. Them Arkansas folks, they had a blast. Like Fayetteville, it was popping. That's at least I can feel good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a happy person. I want people to thrive in life. You know what I'm saying? You know me, I'm a hater too, but
even them hogs.
I'm trying to take some type of positivity after that ass whooping Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I really am. Like, just to think that, man, at least the folks in Arkansas had fun. Because Lord. Like when Will and Rob, the brother on the team, the only brother, the token, on the baseball team, bootleg Kenny Lofton brother that they had. When Will Gasparino was right there, I thought he robbed him. Will Gasparino ain't touched that ball. He got up, though. Will Gasparino has some bounce. And that thing went over his glove. I was like, yep, it's that type of weekend. Like you can see Jalen Flores put his hand up. I don't know if it was Jalen Flores or Adrian Rodriguez, but you can see them put their hands up because they thought that Will Gasparino robbed Brother Man too. Nope. Nah, not at all. Homeboy just batting knife, went yard. Like, yeah, Arkansas. I'd like to avoid them until like the championship series in Omaha. And if you can avoid them, then I'll take that too. Like that's one of those. We ain't trying to see them for the rest of the year. Like if somebody else could get them, hopefully they get touched up a little bit because I think they got Tennessee and LSU for their last two series. Hopefully that could bring them down a little bit because if that team that we saw at Fayetteville goes to Omaha, look out. Look out. Got them damn brothers. Yeah. Man, I haven't seen brothers like that kill since the Alomar brothers. Like those dudes, the Loys, they were always on base doing something. Always. I think the younger one leads SEC in RBIs, something like that. Like one that plays shortstop, the scouts love him. Like saying he's next up, next big thing. They got that Canadian dude batting leadoff that's batting in like 340. I was impressed with them Razorbacks, man. We talked about it last week. It's going to be hell in Fayetteville. They better be ready. They weren't ready. I don't know. Jim Schlossnagle, he's not like he hasn't been there before. I'm sure he took his Aggies there a couple of times, but they hate the Aggies too. They don't hate them like they hate Texas. That's a different type of hate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, you said it. I mean, Dylan Volantis, he was out of sorts because, I mean, Volantis is usually the picture of calm, and he comes in. It's a 2-run game. It's 9-7, and he comes in the 6th. And or no, what in the he come in the 5th? Yeah, he came in to get the final out in the 5th, and he gets the strikeout. And then in the 6th inning, he gives up a single to Aloy. He strikes out the other Aloy, strikes out Koziel. He survived the 6th, but then in the 7th, he got Robinette, the home run masher, to pop up, but then he walked Helfrich. Helfrich stole second, advanced to third on a throwing error by a failed pickoff attempt by Volantis. Then he walks the next guy, and then he gives up a 3-run homer. And that was, that was un-Volantis-like. And that's a tough environment, man. That's a tough environment. They were letting him hear it. And then Jason Flores came in, and Jason Flores is going to be a really good power arm for Texas. But he gives up a run on 2 hits in 1 inning of work, and they end up losing 13-8. So, at least the Texas bats, came to life. Jalen Flores hit that 3-run homer. Texas had the lead. They're up 3-0. Then Tommy Farmer, the 4th, doubled down the left-hand line, scored Will Gasparino. Gasparino hit a homer, 2-run homer. So at least the bats woke up in game 3. They just didn't wake up enough.
What happened to our boy Kirby Pickett, Jacquay Stewart? What happened with Jacquay? Why he ain't getting no bump no more? I need some. Don't laugh at me.
Who do you want him to play for?
Intimidation.
Oh,
intimidation. Yeah, he come.
You'd rather have him play DH than Ethan Mendoza?
No. I'm just saying, pinch hits.
I know.
You know, I need somebody, even if the ball's not even close to them, pretend like the ball gets close, like you almost got hit, just so he could step out to let them know, hey, we ain't playing that here. There's some BS, like something ass whooping, man. That was rough.
Hey, did any of our viewers, listeners, go to the series? Looks like Naaman said, I thought the Aggies and Sooners fans were bleep talkers, but Arkansas fans get nasty with it.
I'm telling you.
If you were there, let us know what that environment was like, because it looked rowdy on TV.
I saw our guy Greg Swindell. He said something on Twitter talking about like an old timer that goes to all the games, and he was asking for Arkansas fans to please respect the Texas OG fan that I guess goes to all the games, because he was saying that like my man got harassed, something serious or something. Like, I don't know when I saw it, but I was like, what does this mean?
Oh, and no.
All I could think of was, oh man, whoever Zeke's talking about here must admit that dude probably got an earful and then some, because Naaman, you're right. They don't care. Them folks, people always tell me, like you said yourself too, like Fayetteville's a nice place. Like it's a cool college town. It seems like they would be civil there. No. No, them Arkansas folks. Only reason why they like Texas being back is so they can beat them. That's it.
All right. Eddie said during the first two games, most Arky fans calmed down because they were whooping UT so early and big. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
also,
Texas still 2 games in front, and I was a little surprised, but that they stayed number 1 in the D1 baseball poll. But they're 38-8. They had a 5-game lead in the SEC. Who are you going to put ahead of them? Yeah. Arkansas has lost 3 series. Texas has lost 1. So,
yeah, how they got 40 wins already? Who are they playing? The Sandlot crew? Like, who the hell were they playing before they get all 40 wins? That's a lot of to lose 3 series and have 40 wins already. Like, who was in y'all's, before conference play, them exhibition games? Who were y'all playing there?
They must have played a couple extra midweek games.
Yeah.
Yeah. CB, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, points out Baseball America does have Georgia at number 1. D1 Baseball, which is the poll that Texas acknowledges or uses for its own rankings, still has Texas at number 1.
Also, was it Kimball Schuessler who got tagged out on the play where they thought it was 2 outs already, but it was only 1? It was the pop-up. Who was that? Wasn't that Kimball Schuessler?
It was Borba and Gasparino.
Borba. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Casey Borba. That's rough, bro.
That was tough.
Yeah.
That was tough. And I think they both got pulled from the game. Like,
who, him and Will Gasparino?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, it's just that it was that type of weekend.
Yeah.
It's uncharacteristic.
That was and Schloss said it. He said, this is going to be a firestorm. That was his quote. And he said, these guys have never been in an environment like this. He said, that's no offense to Mississippi State and Kentucky, but they've never been in an environment like this. And he said, win or lose, it's going to be good for our team. So,
yeah. Speaking of Mississippi State, they just canned their coach, and now everybody's speculating that Max Weiner is going to take that job.
Yeah, Max Weiner's Max Wiener's going to be a top candidate for a big job.
Yeah.
And that's a big job.
It's a big job.
Big job.
History.
Schloss is going to have little Schlossites all over the SEC. You know, Michael Early at A&M. If Wiener gets the Mississippi State job, I mean, look what he's done with Texas's pitching staff.
So I'm saying you might have to throw him that Kyle Flood, Pete Kwiatkowski money. You know what I'm saying? What, them do Jeff Banks. That Jeff Banks money. Because them dudes sticking around.
Yeah.
Well, that's how you got to keep them.
Yeah.
No reason not to leave. Because I get it. Max Wiener, he does a good job. That's how it always should be. So it's Texas. People are going to leave Texas as assistants to start their own head coaching career somewhere else because the name that Texas brings. Like, we see that in every sport. That's never going to change.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Tulo will get head coaching job offers too, but I think he likes living in Austin. I think his family likes living in Austin, and he doesn't need the money.
Yeah.
And he's got a young son. So, yeah, I think Wiener's probably the one to come out. But, yeah, so that was tough. Texas softball is the number 3 seed in the SEC tournament that starts this week. So it'll be OU number 1, A&M number 2, and Texas number 3. Texas is in the same half the bracket with A&M, the team they barely beat in the Super Regional last year to go to the Women's College World Series. That A&M team is loaded. So either way, no matter how you slice it, Texas is going to have, they're going to play the 2 best teams in the nation because they're in the same conference. This could be a repeat in the Women's College World Series. I mean, these could be the top 3 seeds in Oklahoma City. Probably will be.
Yeah, I saw Mia Scott playing like every position the other day.
Yeah.
Damn, how versatile is she? Good grief. It's pretty impressive. But, yeah, there's never a good feeling to know that those 2 schools are ahead of you. Hopefully Mike White and these girls could figure it out, so they can start making a run. Because, again, it's been a hell of a season. You've been number 1 majority of the season, and a couple of setbacks in that series in Oklahoma, which I'm sure just like this baseball team, that was a big wake-up call for them, getting swept. So you try to bounce back, get back to the fundamentals, and try to make this push run for the postseason. And I think this women's softball team, they have everything they can to do that. It's just hopefully you can catch one of these other teams like Oklahoma, like A&M on the bad day and capitalize on that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We'll see what the we'll see what this Texas softball team is all about, because the top half of the lineup has been amazing. The bottom half has been really inconsistent, and they are so dependent on Tegan Cavan. So, if Tegan Cavan is on, Texas wins. If she's not, it's tough. So that's a lot.
It's a lot.
I mean, they returned 76% of their pitching from last season.
Yes, you would think Tegan Vaughn wouldn't have as much of a workload.
Right.
The freshman She's not getting that bump like we thought she would have, which is interesting. The big time freshman pitcher, highly touted recruit. What's her name?
Cabria Salmon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just no burn, huh? Like, no, too young, not ready for the moment. What's going on?
I don't know. Like, she needs time to develop. I remember early in the year, he pulled her kind of early in a game, and I thought, but Mike White, my God, if there's one thing he knows, it's pitching. He was a pitcher. So, and he's up against it. I mean, A&M's loaded, OU's loaded, Tennessee's loaded. He doesn't have to mess with Tennessee, who came in here and roughed up Texas. I think Tennessee's on the OU side of the bracket because OU's 1, Tennessee's 4, but Texas has.
Isn't Florida really good too? Like,
yeah, Texas will have to mess with Florida before they get to A&M. So,
is it single elimination too?
Yeah, it is single elimination, which is hello.
Yeah. Yo, Jack, did you see that baseball ass whooping that we saw this weekend? Yeah, rough. It's rough. I wish we had something positive to talk about the first 30 minutes, but we've been talking Texas baseball. So, yeah, with the rain and the weather, yeah, it's some down bad times right now. But we good, though. We good. It's going to turn around. Got an hour, 30 minutes to get in all types of stuff. So, yeah, that's but this baseball team making you think a little bit, making you reflect on life. Like, damn, this is a look in the mirror type of series. But, yeah, I'm the softball team. Still got a lot of faith in them. It's just Jackie Gasso, man. Patty Gasso, that's Mike White's kryptonite. It's been that way for a while. If you meet Oklahoma again, hopefully mentally you can get past them because OU, they got Texas number in softball, and that's been a problem. And when you play at Oklahoma City like they have the Softball World Series, you got all that momentum with the fans and stuff. I can see it getting into your head, but that's why somebody else needs to knock them off before Texas even gets there. Damn it.
Well, let's see what this week brings. Texas softball playing 5:00 on Thursday.
Who they play?
On SEC Network. So
who they play?
They'll play the winner of somebody. Let me see what that bracket is.
Where is the SEC softball tournament? Athens,
Georgia.
Athens, Georgia. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So they'll play the winner of Florida and either Missouri or Ole Miss. Yeah, Florida. Boom. Damn. Right there. Well, what did you make of the so Quinn Ewers' agent spoke over the weekend and said that
and this is the same agent he's had, I'm guessing, in college?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ron Slavin. And he said that teams were reluctant to draft Quinn because once, his name's too big to be a clipboard holder. And he said, that's chicken bleep. Ron was little fired up. I'll let you think about that one for a second. While Texas ended up signing a quarterback from Troy named Matthew Caldwell. And Matthew Caldwell is a fifth-year guy who's, he started 6 games last year for Troy, including a game at Iowa. And then he started the last 5 games for Troy. Completed 63% of his passes, 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. And people were like, why is Texas signing this guy? Well, Sarkisian likes to have 4 scholarship quarterbacks at all times. And he wanted a veteran who's got some game experience, because your worst case scenario would be something happens to Arch and then something happens to Trey Owens. And this tells you how Texas is going for it. This guy has 1 year of eligibility. And he's willing to come to Texas to, say that he worked with Sarkisian. Hell, he started at Jacksonville State. Then he went to Gardner-Webb for 2 seasons, and then to Troy. So Matthew Caldwell's like, hey, man, get to go to Texas, hang out in the quarterback room with Arch. Longhorns are trying to win it all. Yeah, man, I'll go get on that ride.
Yeah, so being the backup at Texas, legendary. Last year, you just come in, hit up West Campus the whole time, live like a king, and not have to worry about everything that comes with being a starter. Yeah, my man, Matthew Caldwell, his mind's in the right place. But I get it. Sark wanted to have his 4 scholarship quarterbacks. KJ Lacey, he ain't ready yet, so he's going to have to sit back and learn like Arch did, like Trey Owens did. And whenever his name is called, hopefully it's years from now, he'll be ready. But yeah, Matthew Caldwell, I don't look at anything for Trey Owens like he's taking the 2nd string job. I think Trey Owens is really freaking good. And Matthew Caldwell is a super insurance policy. But nah, Arch, ain't nothing about him threatened about Matthew Caldwell coming in. So, yeah, Matthew Caldwell come in, learn the playbook, be a good teammate, and get splinters on your ass for riding that pine, dog, because that's what it's going to be for the rest of your college career. As far as Quinn goes and his agent speaking out about his name being too big and for being a clipboard holder, that's really weird if these front office guys and GMs were thinking that way, because it's not like Quinn has a Shedeur Sanders aura about him. Like, Quinn is humble. Quinn is low key. Quinn doesn't want to be in the limelight like that. Now, he did it NIL wise just because he's a smart businessman. But in a way, that was Quinn getting out of his comfort zone, because when it comes to football, Quinn's not like that. Quinn's not like the Dr. Pepper commercials and Hulu and just all the, blase blah and shine that comes with the game. No, Quinn actually loves football. And he tried to be as low key about it as he could. But when you're the quarterback at Texas, that's not necessarily possible. So the agent's right. It is baloney that, if true, these GMs are thinking that way, because Quinn Ewers isn't that guy. So that's a weird way to look at it. But also, these front office and GM guys, they had a right to take Quinn Ewers or not take Quinn Ewers when they did. They're going to have to live with that. And I hope that Quinn proves them wrong and shows them how dumb they were for even having that thought in their mind.
Here's what Ron Slavin said. He said, Ron Slavin of Sports Stars said NFL teams graded the former Texas star as a late day 2 or early day 3 pick, but were concerned he was too big of a name to be a backup quarterback. Quote, they thought he was a 3rd or 4th round pick, but too big of a name to be a clipboard holder, which I think is chicken shizzle. He said, Ewers leaving Austin for another college football program was never an option. He said, the reality of it is the way the portal schedule is set, it was not possible for Quinn because he didn't want to be talked to about the portal. When they beat Arizona State on January 1st, the next game was January 10th. If he was going to commit to Miami or Notre Dame, he's going to do that while his team's got a playoff game in a week and his teammates are going to look at him like, you're going to another school if we lose? You can't do that, end quote. So, I mean, the portal would have been open for Quinn 5 days after their season ended. It was open because that's how it worked. All the teams that were in the playoff. So that really wasn't a thing. Quinn didn't want his legacy to be somewhere other than Texas. Yeah, Slavin said he wanted to win a national championship. He wanted to leave a legacy at Texas. Now it's supposed to be, do you want to talk about going to another school? To be able to flip your mind like that, plus the schools needed an answer on January 1st. They needed to know who their guy was going to be, end quote. So, honestly, I think just let Quinn handle his own PR. He's fine.
Do you like that the agent went and said this?
I don't.
You don't?
Well, I mean, what does Quinn get out of it? I was told he slid because of his injury history. And
that would make the most sense to me because anyone could see Quinn Ewers and be like, oh, this guy, he's not about himself. He's about the team. The fact that his injury history is even a thing should show you he's all about the team because he tried to play through all of those injuries that he had during his Texas tenure. Most, popular one, the oblique injury. We came to find out he was playing through the oblique injury the whole freaking season. So if I'm a GM, I'm not thinking, oh, he's too big of a name. I'm thinking, okay, even with his big name and he was hurt, he could have said, you know what? I'm going to sit out this season, get ready for the draft, protect myself and all that. No, he said, I want to keep fighting for my squad and be there for my team because that's the type of guy and player that he is.
Right.
So that I respect the agent for trying to protect Quinn as his client and as a person. I respect that, but
that answer would apply more to Shedeur Sanders than it would to Quinn. That teams were afraid he was too big of a name to be a backup.
Yeah.
That would apply to Shedeur, not Quinn. Quinn's a grinder. Quinn's about his teammates. And I'm not saying Shedeur isn't, but Shedeur also brought a Louis Vuitton case with $1 million in it, to his draft party and dumped it out all over the place. Like, Quinn's not doing that stuff. Quinn is going to go hunting with his buddies and
he going to go hunting, all right.
He's going to sit in a room with a bunch of elk and ram heads on it and then go play football. I bet you Quinn's in Miami right now, hanging out with Mike McDaniels, learning the playbook, getting to know his teammates, doing whatever he's got to do. I mean, I don't know Zach Wilson. Tua's a great teammate. Tua's great. I don't know Zach Wilson, but he comes off as prickly. So if prickly,
that's an interesting way to describe a man. Prickly.
Well, he gets a little testy. He's a little sensitive. And look, the New York market will wear you out.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's why Eli had the perfect personality for New York. He's kind of that hang dog. Oh, they're talking about me? Oh, man.
Yeah, he acts like he was too stupid to realize anything was even going on, which clearly he's not. The dude's a Super Bowl champion. Obviously, the historic name, two-time Super Bowl champion. Like, the dude's a genius in a way. Like, you hear him and Peyton breaking down Manning cast and them just talking ball. And obviously, Peyton's such a super extrovert and just, his mind's racing 1,000 miles per minute and his knowledge is out of this world. But I think people used to take Eli's personality for weakness when really he was as mentally tough as anybody that's played the game, being in the market that he was and having to deal with so much change and stuff. And yeah, there were times where Eli was inconsistent, but he was always a giant. He was always ready and prepared. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, dude had a solid career. I think he's a Hall of Famer, even so some folks don't. But yeah, Quinn being too big of a name, that's just a weird thing to think. Like, were you really watching him? Now if that happens to Arch Manning, I can see that happening. If teams were a little afraid of like, oh man, this guy, if somehow something happens where he's not a starter for his NFL career, can we put him as a backup because of his name? And everybody's going to be wanting him in the game because he's a Manning. He's got it in him. It's in his blood.
It's going to be bonkers when Arch comes out for the draft. Oh, sorry. Shador's thing was 100,000, not $1 million in his Louis Vuitton case.
Tomato.
But, I just thought that was interesting because I think Quinn Quinn took charge of his destiny after the Ohio State venture. And I think Quinn has handled it really well. And I feel for the kid because he wanted a year of health and have the big year that he wanted to have. And you could see when he pulled his jersey over his face going to the medical tent against UTSA that he knew it was going to be a problem. And he had to fight through injuries and he did. And he still helped lead this offense to first and goal from the one. And I don't blame him. He got him right there. He ends up getting the terrible viral video ending to Texas's season, but that was after. How about a toss, sweep, and then throw into the end zone? No one would have been looking for that. Caleb Downs came running up so hard to smash Quintravian Wisner. He could have lofted that ball right over someone's head for a touchdown.
Oh, so you mean that Caleb Downs knew what was coming? He saw the play before it even happened.
He closes so fast.
No, he did.
Like he wasn't even in the picture. This is what I talked about going into that game, that you don't count him in the box because he's so far away, but he closes so fast that you have to count him in the box. He's like Earl Thomas. Like you have to count. You have to pretend that he's at linebacker level because he's going to be a factor in the running game. And with a guy who runs like that, that would have been a perfect play. Yeah. The Cam Scadaboo pass against Texas.
Man.
I don't know where Malik Muhammad was looking, but I guess he lost the ball in the lights or something. But, Scadaboo took that pitch, looked like he was going to run for a step, then he pulls it out. He throws a duck up there. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully Caleb Downs could pick a better spouse than Earl Thomas did. That was kind of my man Earl's downfall. She tried to kill him. Is
that bad? If you pick a spouse who ends up trying to kill you, is that bad?
Kill you and take all your money? Yeah.
Oh man.
I saw Earl Thomas in a recent interview. He doesn't even look like himself. I think CB posted it or something. He doesn't even look like Earl anymore. Like, damn, what'd she do to you, bro? Like,
man, I loved Earl when he was here. The guy played saxophone in his band in high school.
Oh, like marching band?
Yes. So
I didn't know that.
He would go grab his sax and he'd be in his football uniform. Everyone else was in their band uniform and he's out there marching at halftime.
That's impressive.
Crazy. But he loves music. Loves it. Like can play multiple instruments. And he was such a great story. Of course, Mac redshirted him. Just a normal marriage.
Off to kill you, take all your money. Just
help.
Marriage.
I would have.
Oh, Rex, that's funny as hell.
Earl, if he'd have come to my boot camp, he probably never would have married an old girl. Because he would have seen you'd be out digging wells in West Texas. No phone, no makeup, just trying to help other people. You find out real fast who's in it to win it, who's not.
You need to write a book.
Yeah.
Like Steve Harvey's Think Like a Man. You need to write like a marriage boot camp book.
Yeah.
That's I'd buy it.
Okay. Let's do it.
We go on the book tour and everything.
Yeah.
We're at, we do the show, promoting the book, you signing autographs and stuff. We make it big.
I like that.
I like that too. Yeah.
All right. That's good.
All right. Start on that.
Appreciate that.
Tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. We work on that.
All across the world.
That's right. Let's do it. Man, I was looking through that. I was looking through the Claudia Wilkin ruling back in 2014 on the Ed O'Bannon case when she said, just pay each student athlete $5,000 and put it in an annuity for them to receive after college. And no one took up that drumbeat. They decided to try to fight her ruling instead. And now here we are.
Yeah.
Kirk Bowles is saying Texas is dropping 35 to 40 mil on their roster, even though they're not doing that. Did you see the interview with Sarkisian and Colt McCoy?
Yeah, it was like a few weeks ago when it came out, right? They do a new one?
Yeah, but in that, he talks about how we put a value on guys. And if the money goes over that, we check out. Like, that's not the voice of a coach who's like, yeah, let's spend, the most. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Everybody's talking about Texas spending 35 to 40 million, even though it's not true, because it's just the way it goes. They'll grab that headline and that's going to be stuck on Texas. I guess at some point Sarkisian could snap a little bit and be like, we're not spending that much. But
yeah, he needs to say we ain't spending that much And Kurt Signetti, shut your ass up. Quit talking.
Yeah. Kurt's over there like,
yeah.
Let me guess who's in that millionaires club.
You're just guessing?
Oregon, Texas, Notre Dame. Yeah, Notre Dame, Texas Tech.
Just because your team got their ass whooping South Bend in the college football playoff and y'all didn't deserve to be there doesn't mean you need to hate on some of these other schools that advanced a little further in the college football playoff. Kurt Signetti, you need to worry about getting that money from basketball. That's what you need to worry about because basketball ain't doing nothing with it. Indiana ain't even in the tournament this year. So I'm sure Kurt Signetti is pissed off because he's like, yo, I'm not getting any money compared to the basketball team. I'm making it to the college football playoff in the Big Ten, while this basketball team, the historic Indiana Hoosiers basketball team, can't even make the freaking NCAA tournament. So I kind of get Kurt Signetti crashing out and lying a little bit. Because he's probably Bobby Land and stuff. I'd be mad too, because that's a crappy situation that he's in.
Well, I think, he's probably right in that, like I said, there are Texas folks who think Tech has spent more than Texas has on its 2025 roster. Tech has brought in 18 transfers. 18, including some of the highest rated players at their position. They're in it to win it. They want to make the playoff and then try to get in there and stir it up. So, and Oregon has been spending like crazy too. Ohio State spent like crazy last year. There's no doubt about it. You bring in Caleb Downs, Quinshon Judkins, they brought in some of the best transfers in the country last year, and it worked. They won. Will Howard.
Yeah.
And so, Signetti's playing these teams. They're in the same conference. He's like, the first two teams he listed were Oregon and Ohio State, and then he's like Texas. But it's because everybody thinks that Texas is shelling out all kinds of money to Quinn and Arch, and those two haven't taken a dime from Texas's collective.
Yeah, so if you're unless, again, you're Signetti, you're trying to let everyone know, hey, can we get some money too? Because look at our competitors here, but also don't lie, Kurt. What you lying for? If you don't know, don't say it. But he's playing the long game. He's playing the long game. I respect it. I respect the hater. I respect that's hating right there. Kurt Signetti is a hater. That's hating. I respect.
Well, he said we got, our little pot of gold is good. He said, but it's not what some of these others are.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. And he can't go at the basketball team. You're right, Rex. Indiana basketball, so overrated. They shouldn't be.
Well, they need to go find a basketball coach who's the equivalent of Kurt Signetti. Signetti took that.
Basketball coach. Didn't they fire Mike Lennon?
Yeah, but who they hire? They're so irrelevant. I don't even pay attention when they hire a new coach.
Darian DeVaries? I don't know who that is. The guy from Drake. He came from Drake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought they were going to go after Chris Beard.
Right. Well, I think Beard was like, hey, I need to be appreciative of Ole Miss here for a minute. They did give me another chance, even though the interview was one question. You still with her? No, you're hired.
That wasn't just the interview, man. You still with her? You still with that crazy girl? No, all right. Cool. This is where you sign.
This is where you sign. I'll see old Beard at the SEC meetings.
When is that?
It's at the end of the month.
Where is that?
In Destin, Florida.
Oh,
This is where we find out if they're going to a 9-game football conference schedule in 2026.
yeah. Just do it. Quit being scared. Just do it.
Right.
Like,
Just do
I'm
it.
tired of seeing teams play Citadel and Gardner Webb and East Tennessee Tech U. I'm tired of seeing that in
Tech U.
November. In November, nonetheless, like not even September games. Like you're playing
Right.
these teams.
Well, they play them right. They play their tomato cans right before their rivalry game,
Stupid.
so that even if they overlook the tomato can, they're still going to beat the tomato can.
Nah. Let's
Yeah,
nut up.
man up.
Yeah.
Man up. Those are better games. And Sankey's working his butt off to make sure you get 4 or 5 teams in the playoffs. So,
Yeah. I know Sark ain't hiding. Sark wants the smoke. That's why I can appreciate from Steve Sarkisian. He wants that smoke. He wants them big games anytime. September, October, November, don't matter. Big games, we want that. That's how you put 23 players in the NFL last 2 years because you want that smoke. You want your guys ready for that, changing their lives and stuff. Nobody wants to see Citadel, man. Nobody wants to see. That makes me so mad. Alabama. Oh, you look on a week 11 on a Saturday. Alabama up by 58 in the second quarter. Stupid. Georgia up by 66 in the third. Nobody wants to see that no more.
nobody wants to see that.
So let's go. Sankey, everybody else that's a part of this, make the right move. Make the right decision. Give the people what they want. It's the least you could do. Shucks.
Right? Let's look at
Go ahead.
let's look at Texas's future non-conference opponents. Ohio State
Smoke.
in 26 and 20, 26. 25 and 26. Michigan in Austin in 2027.
Yep.
Now, let's see.
Isn't it Notre Dame too?
Yeah. Why doesn't, if you look under the future schedules, they haven't put that in there yet.
But we know it's there. Or we just
Yeah.
assume that it's there.
Yeah.
That Marcus Freeman and them boys.
That's interesting. Have to look into that. All right, Zay, what else grabbed your attention this weekend?
Well, got to talk about it on Friday when you weren't here, so I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. But Gregg Popovich calling it quits, hanging it up. Mitch Johnson taking over, the one that took over when Pop was dealing with all the health issues earlier on. But yeah, Gregg Popovich stepping down. And he had his little press conference today where he took off his jacket and said El Jefe on it because he's moving up to the front office. We know Gregg Popovich, very popular and famous for his sense of humor, but also his hard-nosed coaching ability. Big reason why we love Pop, was the best at balancing those two. But yeah, man, it still hurts, even though it's taken days since it came out that he was stepping down. Even on this Monday, it hurts to know that Pop won't be on the sideline for the San Antonio Spurs because he's hanging up the whistle, Chip.
Yeah, and he's handing it to Mitch Johnson, which you hope that works. I think everyone has sort of a, mixed reaction to that. Obviously, Mitch Johnson took over in November when Popovich had a stroke, had to be away from the team. But you got to know who you are and how you're going to go about it if you're taking over for Gregg Popovich. Otherwise, this will be a short-lived handoff. But here's the thing about Popovich. He was amazing, the whole operation. And you look at their front office guys, they were so aligned. And at one point, I thought that if Kansas was headed for trouble, I thought Popovich was going to hand it off to Bill Self. But then, Kansas was part of that federal investigation. It looked bad for a minute, and then the feds backed off, and Bill Self stayed at Kansas. So, I know Popovich wanted to get him back to, success, but you got Victor Wembanyama. They got a chance to, build around him. And I'm sure that stroke in November probably scared the crap out of Pop,
Yeah, he's 76 years old.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
I get that you didn't have the same expectations with these current Spurs that you did in the past during those championship runs, but stress is stress. You're always on the road. You always have to come up with a game plan and make sure these guys are developed. I'm sure Gregg Popovich, as competitive as anybody that's been a head coach in the association, wants to beat everybody. So even though he's bought into the rebuilding process, he still wants to make sure these guys are on the right trajectory to success. And that takes a lot. That takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort, energy. And when you're 76 years old, even though, as Gregg Popovich joked about how good his life was with staying at the Four Seasons all the time and, just all the luxury that the NBA brings to the table, it's still a lot for a 76-year-old man to have to do. Ime Udoka, he's in his 40s. Joe Mazzulla, he's in his 30s, just won a championship. All these guys are really young, relatively young, that are still coaching. Steve Kerr is one of the older coaches, and Pop coached him back in 99 and 2003, those championships that they had. So it's at his age, it's very difficult to do what he does and did. And now that the health issues are starting to come into play, he has to do what's best for him. And we saw this coming. I just had a feeling with how this season went that this would be the conclusion of his career. But man, he's a Mount Rushmore coach if I ever had one. He's up there with Phil Jackson and Pat Riley, maybe Chuck Daly or Larry Brown, depending on how you feel. But for sure, it's Phil Jackson, Pat Riley, and Gregg Popovich for me. I know some people would say, old cheating ass Red Auerbach, but you know me, I'm not one to do that. That mobster had those refs shook back in the day. Don't tell me that NBA wasn't fixed during the Bill Russell era. I always got to let y'all know about that. But I don't care, man. I'm going to my grave with that take. That's a sketchy ass era. Very sketchy. And I don't buy anything that was going on during that time in the NBA. So Red Auerbach, you ain't on my Mount Rushmore, baby. Gregg Popovich is, probably your boy Chuck Daly, Phil Jackson, Pat Riley. There it is right there. But man, hell of a.
What do you think?
Yeah.
So Kawhi Leonard lot of people look back at Gregg Popovich and say that his dispute, whatever, telling the veterans to put pressure on Kawhi to, trust the Spurs medical team, and that's when Kawhi lost trust with Popovich and wanted out and left, that was the beginning of the end for Gregg Popovich. And Kawhi Leonard very graciously yesterday, praised Popovich, called it, phenomenal career. He showed me how to work. That all felt a little forced because I felt like Popovich mishandled the Kawhi Leonard situation. That you don't go to your locker room and tell him to put pressure on a guy when he doesn't trust the medical of that team. You deal with the coach directly, but Popovich, to me, it felt like back then was in legacy prison. He was a made man, multiple world championships. Don't question me. Don't question our medical. Just do what I say. And then he goes to the veterans on that team. Is like, hey, Kawhi, man. Kawhi's like, this isn't your body. This is my career. And I don't like what these guys are telling me.
Yeah.
And that was that. And Pop never won again, did he?
Nope. Nah. And you're right. He probably was in that legacy mode where my way or the highway. I've done this without you. We won 4 rings before we even got here, Kawhi. But yeah, he mishandled that. The rest of the guys in the organization, like Tony Parker, who spoke out about it during that whole time, saying like, oh, we're all hurt, but, we're not taking any time off. Like, that was a bad move, and you could feel that Gregg Popovich is going to support Tony before he supports Kawhi just because of the history that they had. So, yeah, that was one of the few mistakes that Gregg Popovich made.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was amazing. He managed egos. Now, it helps to have Tim Duncan, who is like the most selfless superstar. And Duncan was fine with Popovich using him as a example, chewing him out in front of the team. Duncan was fine with it.
Yeah, so
whatever.
From
the Bahamas.
I'm going swimming after this. Screw it.
Yeah. And so he had 2 of the best big men superstars from a teammate standpoint. And then Manu. Tony was talented. Tony was going to go with the flow. He had great leadership. But Manu was also a great leader. They had, and look, the Spurs did a great job of evaluating those guys, and Pop pushed the right buttons. They earned his trust. He trusted them. And he thought it was just all going to keep going with Kawhi. Kawhi won with Toronto after that, and he's been to the finals how many more times?
He's never been to the finals since.
Okay, so he won another ring in Toronto. Spurs didn't win anything after he left and went down the rabbit hole for a while. They couldn't get players there. They weren't developing their players. I mean, what would you say the last 5-6 years of the Popovich era, how would you describe it?
Rebuilding. Straight up rebuilding, which that's not what we're used to with San Antonio. Like, they never rebuild. Ever since Tim Duncan got to the team, they were in the playoffs every single year, it seemed like, when Timmy was there. So
yeah, they won 50 games for 15 straight years.
Yeah. And, besides Manu, Tony, Timmy, that little stint with David Robinson where he won 2, 99 and 03, which the Admiral in 03 It was just all leadership then. He wasn't giving you
Right.
much. He was giving you enough. He was averaging like maybe 15 and 10, which that was enough back then, especially in that era. After that, who's their next best player that went through those runs? Like, I guess you say Kawhi, but after Kawhi, who would you think was those role players that you would put in there to help with all that? Because it was different guys every year. Sometimes it was Steven Jackson. He was on a couple of those teams. Obviously, Big Shot Bob was on those teams, and he was huge. But they have guys like Boris Diaw and Fabricio Roberto. Then they had like Michael Finley randomly, and he was solid for them. Bruce Bowen's one of the dirtiest, best underrated defenders of all time. He was tough. They just had
But then they had Derek White.
Yeah, then they got rid of him.
What happened there, Pop?
Yeah, that was tough.
That dude just helped the Celtics win a championship.
Yeah, they got grip there. They didn't expect Derek White to elevate his game the way no one expected that, because Derek White showed flashes in San Antonio when he had that Kendall Weaver hairline. His hairline was crazy. Before he went bald, he's good move going bald, Derek White, because you look like an insane person during your Spurs tenure. But he showed flashes of what you see now in Boston.
And it's easier to be, you got Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
It's easy to be number 3.
Right.
It's like what I always used to say about Dirk. Dirk's a number 2. Dirk's a number 2 until 11 when he was like, no, I'm a 1. And it was like, okay, there you go. Big fella.
See, Bruce Bowen was like Draymond, but he wouldn't chirp. He wouldn't talk. So his dirtiness would be a low key. Like his dirtiness went along with like just Spurs culture of you keep your head down, you do your work. We let our game do the talking, but sometimes our game's going to be a little dirty every once in a while. Like that's what you're going to get. Like Bruce Bowen was good. You can't leave him open in the corner. He was going to hit that shot. That's all he did.
That's perfect.
Perfect. He played dirty
defensive stopper. Hit that corner 3.
Hit that corner 3. That's all they needed. He guard Dirk sometimes. Then he go stand in the corner for every offensive possession. Tony would dance around with the ball and get into the paint. Manu would dance around with the ball, get into the paint. Or they would throw it to Timmy on a post-up, which he was unguardable. And every time you double team Timmy, most likely using Bruce Bowen's man, he'd be wide open in that corner, knocked down. Like,
it's interesting. And Joe K points out that Brian Wright has been the Spurs GM since 2019. He replaced R.C. Buford. Buford became CEO. Buford was an unbelievable personnel guy. Also big Kansas guy. Popovich was at Kansas with Larry Brown. He and Bill Self are tight. That's why I thought the Kansas thing was going to happen. And I thought Pop would become the GM. I thought RC would go up to CEO, Pop would be GM, and Bill Self would be the coach. And then that federal investigation of Kansas just disappeared. And I mean, Roy Williams in North Carolina, remember when he thought they were going to get popped and he's talking about retiring? And then the NCAA is like, we're going to leave it up to the schools to decide what's a real class and a ghost class. We're out of it. And then Roy Williams like, okay, let's keep going.
You talking about my man Rashad McCants?
Oh, yeah. Roy ended up winning another natty after that.
Yeah.
I mean, that federal investigation had all kinds of stuff in the works. And when it went away, everything was like, whoop, never mind. And I don't know if they were ready for that. I don't know. I mean, Brian Wright, I don't know enough. I haven't followed his career close enough. But good God, Spurs have been.
But sometimes it takes a little bit. Like, it's very hard to just get back. You have to have a superstar. If you want to be in conference finals and NBA finals, if you don't have a superstar or a future Hall of Fame player, most likely that's not going to happen. Like, it's been like that since the Bill Russell era where our guy Red Auerbach was cheating his ass off. That's the blueprint for the NBA. Hall of Fame players being better than other Hall of Fame players. Like, it seems extravagant. It's really not. It's really pretty basic. You had Tim Duncan for 20-something years, arguably the greatest power forward ever. Probably is, even though I think of him as a tweener, center and power forward, because he could play both, but definitely a top 10 player of all time. You're going to have success like San Antonio did. He's not on your team. The Kawhi thing doesn't work out for the reasons that we just talked about. So it's going to set you back like everybody else in the league that doesn't have a future Hall of Fame player. But they're working in the right direction. Getting Victor Wembanyama, that was big. It was unfortunate that he was dealing with blood clot injuries this year, which is why he had to sit out for the rest of the season. But then you strike gold by getting Stephon Castle from Connecticut as a freshman, 19 years old. He goes from Connecticut down to San Antonio. He's your rookie of the year. Now that you got somebody like Victor Wembanyama, now San Antonio's looking like a better market for free agents. You get someone like De'Aaron Fox via trade because Sacramento was realizing, yeah, De'Aaron Fox, you're good, but you're in that weird place of all-star player and role player. You're not even close to a superstar, but at your best, you're a really good perennial all-star, and sometimes you could just be an average player. You're not worth that supermax superstar money that you might be available for if you stuck around with the Kings. They got rid of them. Spurs took over that problem. Spurs are going to be tough. And who knows where they're going to fall in the draft this year. We have no idea whether those bouncing, lottery balls, wherever they fall, we've seen weirder things happen. The Spurs get the number 1 pick, get that bad white boy from Maine, Cooper Flag. Yo, it's really popping. So we'll see what Mitch Johnson could do. I'm a little salty that my girl Becky Hammond wasn't looked at a little bit more because I love Becky Hammond. I think she's an elite coach. I don't know if the NBA is ready for that yet, for a full-time women's basketball coach. I would like to say we are, but we all know that's tough. That's a tough thing to overcome. Plus, Becky Hammond, she's doing her thing in the WNBA where she'll always have a job in the WNBA. She ain't never going to get fired for that Vegas team who's won multiple championships in the W. So, yeah, man, it's been a tough few years, but the Spurs, they're turning it around.
CB wants to know, Zay, is James Harden the biggest choker in NBA history?
He's just not a good Game 7 player. He's not. It's sad.
Speaking of Game 7s, he's no Dallas Stars.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
No, I mean, I guess like his stats in Game 7s are never good. He always underachieves in the biggest games. He's one of the greatest players to ever touch a basketball, top 75 player, first ballot Hall of Famer. He just now at age 36, he's going to be inconsistent.
Well, real quick, look at Kawhi, okay? Your prime in the NBA, your prime as a professional athlete is really 25 to 31, okay? And Kawhi has the medical situation with San Antonio. In 17-18, he only plays 9 games. The year before that, he averaged 25.5 points per game for the Spurs in 17. And then the year after, when he wins the championship with Toronto, he's there 1 year. He averaged 26.6. And great numbers across the board. Not 50% from the field. You know, the guy, 37% from three, which is good for him.
Good for anybody.
Good for anybody. Averaged 7 boards, a career high 7 boards. Like, he was so motivated. And then who was his Robin on that Toronto team? I'm trying to remember.
Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, it was kind of a interesting mix.
Yeah, Kyle Lowry was on that team. Marc Gasol. Like, it was an interesting mix. And if Kevin Durant didn't tear his Achilles, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But I think that series would have been a little bit different. But,
yeah. Well,
but he got it.
That's the line of demarcation for the Spurs, because he was just entering his prime. He'd already been with the Spurs for 5 years, but he was just entering his prime when that medical thing blew up. Mm-hmm. And Spurs got caught. They got caught with no superstar, no one to attract other players.
Because they just weren't used to that. They weren't used to players doing their own thing, speaking up, and
questioning things,
having their own camp. They hate that. Like, that's Kawhi's a part of this new generation of just, like, I got my own guys that I pay a lot of money that I trust. And if they're saying one thing against yours, we got to come to that balance and compromise of figuring this out. Same thing happened with Luka in a way. Like, Luka's camp was saying one thing and the Mavs were saying another, to where Nico Harrison was like, dude, you're a lot. You're husky, bruh. You're husky. We're trying to tell you, you can't be eating Tex-Mex and barbecue every day. And then gets rid of him. Everybody throws a hissy fit, which I get, because Luka is that talented. But then we see what Nico was talking about in the playoffs. Luka getting blown by Naz Reid and Jaden McDaniels, having Anthony Edwards telling his teammates, yo, go at him. That was the game plan. The game plan was, hey, whoever has Luka guarding them, attack, attack, attack. That's all they did. Same with Austin Reeves too, but at least Austin Reeves is in shape. He just doesn't have the measurements to match up with guys like Naz Reid and DiVincenzo and, Randall and those guys. But Luka, you're 6'8", you're 6'9". You should be able to do that.
And then JJ Redick, the day after their season ends, is, we got to get in championship shape. Who says that? That's never been said by a coach in a postseason press conference ever. That was directed at one dude. And I don't know that I would have handled it that way, because now you've put him on blast, and we've seen Luka not respond well to that. I don't know if
their relationship might be better than what the Mavs were, just because
maybe
was a player and actually played with Luka in Dallas during the end of JJ's career. So maybe it's like one of those I'm your homie, big brother vibes, where I could tell you this and Luka's actually going to take it seriously and not take it to heart. But you're right. It's a risky thing to say. I wouldn't do it, even if I was in JJ's situation.
You got to get him alone and say, hey, I want you to be a Hall of Fame guy. And you feel good right now, but your body's going to pay unless you start really investing in it so that you can be around playing the game you love.
Yeah. Yeah, especially for his volume of the ball in his hands. Like, that's going to tire out anyone. And it's weird because his weight fluctuates like crazy. Like, sometimes you see him and you're like, oh, man, he's in great shape. Like, when he plays in Europe for Slovenia, because he has to go back home, and what they put in their food is very different than what we put in ours here in America, especially here in Texas, where he's lived most of his professional career. But when he goes home, you're like, oh man, look at this lean, mean fighting machine. And then you see him in the States for 7 months because he's playing the NBA schedule, and you're like, why is he so doughy looking? What happened? Like, you're playing games every day. You should be burning a ton of calories. Why aren't we seeing it? It's weird. It's one of the weirdest. James Harden has a weird body type too, where I think his body crashes down like during the postseason, which is why he struggles. Like, my wife says it all the time. She was watching the game when she was like, wow, James Harden still has a weird body, where it's like he's not overweight, but it's not like good basketball shape. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, something's off here. Like, I don't know how you're able to move the way that you do with this type of build, but you're able to do it. But you can't help but think when things go left, that's not a good thing to have, being out of shape and tired when a team needs you in the game 7. Like, you got to be in tip-top shape. You're getting paid way too much money not to be in good shape for your job. Like, you got to figure it out.
Well, I see Quad Standard Labs says Wolves are going to blow out the Warriors in 5.
All right.
I'm looking at my man Zay's predictions.
Yeah. What did I say about that Warriors-Rockets series? Let the people know. I might be the only one I got right, but I know I got that right. That was a game 7.
Warriors in 7.
That's right. That's right. Them baby Rockets, man. Jalen Green, horrible. Game 2, Jalen Green had 38 points. In games 1, 3 through 7, 7 points. 9, 8, 11, 12. He's just exercising. You average 21 points a game during the regular season, which not much defense, but to his defense, the regular season game, like I say all the time, and the postseason game, 2 completely different games. And if you're not ready for it, it will expose you. It's up to your coaches. It's up to your teammates to get you prepared and get your mind right. But even then, nothing's going to prepare you, especially depending on the matchup that you get. That's a bad matchup for the Rockets because they're going against a team that's been there before, that won't be fazed by anything. Warriors go up 3-1. They give away the next 2 games to have a game 7 force. Were they fazed? Not at all. Gary Payton II was sick yesterday. He didn't even play. So if you're the Rockets, you're like, okay, bet. We don't have to worry about GP2 being a hassle or just a problem for us defensively because he's a solid player. What happens? Buddy freaking Hield goes for 30 and hits 9 threes. How y'all letting that happen? Buddy Hield? And it's the NBA. Everybody could play. But Buddy Hield? Ain't no way. And he outplays Jalen Green like that? And Jalen Green, he's a heck of a talent. Very interesting guy. He's dating one of those OG basketball wives / Real Housewives of LA type of women that's like in her 40s and he's only 24. So it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good, but he's apparently in love. So whatever. He's a grown man. Let him do what he wants. But for him to get exposed like that, it was troubling to see. And I feel bad for him, but that's what the Warriors, that's what you have to deal with, man. Like Draymond, he was crazy as hell, just like he always is. But Draymond's an unbelievable defender. If you're going to pay as much as attention to Steph Curry like they did, then other guys are going to get opportunities to step up, like Buddy Hield, who did. Brandon Pajinski, I like his game a lot. The lefty that has the early throw, he can hoop.
By the way, you got all of them right except for you had you said OKC, you said Denver.
The Lakers. I got Lakers.
The Lakers you got wrong. You had the Warriors, you had the Cavs, you had the Pacers, you had the Knicks, and you had the Celtics. So who's going to win between my Nuggets and the Thunder?
I say OKC in 7. I think the Nuggets are going to be a little fatigued in this series because that Clippers series took a lot out of them. And they're not healthy like you would want if you're a Nuggets fan. David Adelman, the coach for the Nuggets that took over for Mike Malone, who got canned a few months ago, he's done a good job. And he outcoached Ty Lue to win that game 7. And Nikola Jokic, unstoppable. No one's going to be able to touch that. But those other guys for Denver, how are they going to perform? Because OKC, who got exposed last year in the playoffs by the Dallas Mavericks, they went out in free agency and got Hartenstein as a big, who, again, is not going to stop Nikola Jokic because that's impossible, but he's going to make it difficult for him on both ends of the court, especially with his pick-and-roll game. Alex Caruso is, I think, the most underrated pickup in all of the NBA. That's a crazy pickup for OKC. He is so tough. He is so hard-nosed. So if you put him on Jamal Murray, he's going to make life hell for Jamal Murray. That is up and down at times. Like, he had one good game. You know, he was all right for the whole series, but he had one really, really good game where he dropped 40 in game 5 and looked like the old Murray that we saw in 2023 that won the championship. Alex Caruso is going to make life hell for him. Casey Wallace is going to make life hell for him. He's a really good defender. Shea is going to be a tough guard. You're probably going to put Christian Brown, former Kansas Jayhawk, on him. It's a good matchup, but I don't
know. Okay, what about who you got? Wolves, Warriors.
Wolves in 7. Wolves in 7. It's going to be a fun series. I think Ant Edwards, he's one of the few players that thrives off of the trash talking that Draymond Green can provide. Like, Draymond Green told Jalen Green, you paint your nails, bruh. You think you tough? You paint your nails. We don't think you're tough at all. And Jalen Green, after he told him that, Jalen Green was invisible for the whole series. Ant Edwards is the opposite. The more you talk to Ant Edwards, the more he's going to get riled up and play good basketball and come out to slit your throat because he's the legend killer right now. Like, that's what he loves. He loves going against Durant like he did last year, his favorite player growing up, and kicking him out the playoffs. He loves going against Bron like he just did in the playoffs, kicking him out, and now he wants to go against Steph and Draymond and the Warriors, all these Hall of Fame legend guys. He wants to take them out. Like, that's how Ant thrives. There's a clip going around where he's saying that he wants the Warriors from like 2 years ago. He wants to play them in the playoff series. So, yeah, he's fearless. The rest of their guys, McDaniels, DiVincenzo, Julius Randle is going to attack Draymond. That's going to be a hard matchup for Draymond. And Julius Randle plays like he did against the Lakers in this series. Jimmy Butler's the X factor. Jimmy Butler has to kill. Like, I don't know who's going to match up with him. That might be Ant for a little bit, but they're going to try to save Ant so he can perform on offense. But you'll probably see a lot of DiVincenzo and McDaniels and Mike Conley on Steph just because you got to chase Steph around and you better be in shape for that. So you need multiple bodies defensively. I don't know who they're going to put on Jimmy Butler, though.
Cavs, Pacers, who you got?
I mean, it's easy to say Pacers since they won last night, game 1 of the series. Darius Garland, point guard for the Cavs, has been out with a toe injury, and they're saying it doesn't look good. DeAndre Hunter and Evan Mobley are questionable for game 2 for the Cavs. So if they're hurt, that's not good for them. Tyrese Halliburton with his crazy ass daddy is playing at an all-time high right now. Like, he was hitting some crazy shots yesterday. He's a man on a mission. I think when he didn't play for the Olympic team, I think that pissed him off a little bit because he was a lot like Jason Tatum. It's just Jason Tatum got the hot headlines because he was coming off of the NBA Finals and not playing. But Tyrese Halliburton either. Yeah, I'm taking Pacers, but also I feel like that's a cop-out since whoever wins game one of these series has a significant advantage. So,
would you have taken them before game one?
No, probably not. But I didn't know how significant
the
injuries were. Like, I thought.
What do you say? Pacers in what? 6?
Yeah.
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, we'll say that. That's fine. The Jared Allen, Miles Turner matchup's fun, though.
Yeah.
That's a little Texas battle. They're battling.
Okay, so my Pistons, they had that. And Jalen Brunson said, nah, man, the Pistons were getting it done. They are so good and young. I mean, that Thompson defending on the perimeter, he is a handful. And Jalen Brunson got loose, hit the 3.
What a shot.
Anyway, I mean, I think the Celtics blast the Knicks.
Damn, blast?
Like, blast. Like 4-1.
Damn.
No?
No, I don't think it'd be that bad. Maybe 6. Like, Drew Holiday, he's just now getting back. He's been dealing with a hamstring injury. So that's something to look at because that's an obvious matchup with him and Brunson. Now you got to put Derek White on him, which Derek White's also a really good defender. So those matchups, the game within the game is going to be the biggest test for both of these teams. Karl Anthony Towns has to dominate if the Knicks want a chance. I think he could take advantage of Kristaps Porzingis and Al Horford just because Porzingis isn't the best defender laterally. He's a solid shot blocker, but Karl Anthony Towns, he's such a good shooter from the outside. He forces the bigs to go out that far, which they really don't want to. Al Horford is a solid player, but he's still old. So you should be able to get what you want if you're Karl Anthony Towns. You just got to be super aggressive. On the other side, Josh Hart and Bridges guarding Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, Anunoby, he'll get a piece of that too. This matchup could go 7. I see this going 7.
Who you got? Celtics and 7? Knicks.
Yeah, Celtics and 7.
All right.
Sorry, Sal. I don't know.
All right. Let's get a couple mentions. We'll come back with the commentary. It is Monday, folks, which means all night happy hour for cover 3. Cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock, cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. You want to hang out, great vibe, great food, great service, all the things that are important to you. Cover 2, 183 in Lake Creek, cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock. They've got it. And I hope some of y'all, go have some Cinco de Mayo fun at cover 3. They got great margaritas. Oh boy. You get 1, maybe 2. You'll be in a festive mood. That's for sure. Cover 3. Happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30 every day of the week, but 3:30 to close on Mondays, Cinco de Mayo. Enjoy. Hey, McCall Custom Homes, if you're ready for a redo of a bathroom, a kitchen, some extended outdoor space, Mike McCall is the guy to call. Been part of the McCall Custom Homes family-owned and operated business. They've been around for 40 years doing great work, getting referrals. And the best way to see if you're a match is to reach out. Go to McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. McCall CustomHomesATX.com. Have Mike come in, tell him Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. He's going to size it all up for you, give you his vision, your vision, and you're going to get exactly what you want. That's what it's all about. The key word is custom. And Mike McCall knows, hey, we do a great job for you. Every little detail, you're going to be calling us again. You do the bathroom, you might want to do the kitchen. And that's the way it should be. McCall CustomHomesATX.com. And my guys who are snoring, listen, the best deal in town for your own good is to go to SleepCycleCenters.com. The Sleep Cycle Center, located we got 2 locations at the Arboretum and in Lakeway, founded by Dr. Chad, who lost his father to sleep apnea at the age of 60, is passionate about making sure that if you have sleep apnea, that something is done about it so that you don't end up in something bad happening. And here's the deal. You go to SleepCycleCenters.com and you set up an appointment. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, and you're going to get $100 off the sleep study. Like, you can't afford not to get the sleep study. And then Dr. Chad's going to be able to tell you what's going on. Are you getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping? If you're not, you're waking up tired and upset every day. Or worse, you're struggling to get oxygen and it could be a serious health risk. So go to SleepCycleCenters.com, set up an appointment, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. You're going to get $100 off your sleep study, and you're going to get all the answers because Dr. Chad has the best remedies, including oral appliances, which I have. I call it my mouth guard. Hold your lower jaw open while you're sleeping so you're not snoring. You're getting good oxygen. You're getting good sleep. Real simple. SleepCycleCenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And AV Consultations, our man Tom McKay, who's so happy about those Dallas Stars. Who wasn't happy about the Dallas Stars? Coming back from 2 goals to none in Game 7 to win in advance. Let's go. I bet if you called Tom McKay right now at 255-8678 and you told him, hey, I'm so happy about the Dallas Stars, he might even give you a little, sweetheart deal. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up here, but he's in a good mood. I'll tell you that. 255-8678 when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, or that media room. I've seen his work. It's amazing. He's put big screen TVs in 3 different houses for me in Austin. Surround sound, do surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. Just give him a call. 255-8678. The website is avconsultations.com. All right, Zay. For the chip shot today, I'll keep it tight. If some folks missed the beginning of the show, Texas adds a veteran quarterback, Matthew Caldwell from Troy's 5th-year guy, who started 6 games for Troy last year, including the last 5. He started a game at Iowa. So he's been up against some P5 competition, but Steve Sarkisian likes having 4 scholarship quarterbacks, and this is more insurance. Texas is going for it. They're going for it. And it's refreshing to see Steve Sarkisian, his coaching staff, Brandon Harris, doing a nice job of evaluating, finding talent that can fill a need without breaking the bank, contrary to what others have reported. And Matthew Caldwell comes in. He's an experienced guy. Yes, he started at Jacksonville State, and then went to Gardner-Webb. I didn't even know they had a football team. But then he goes to Troy, and look, if some break glass emergency, if something happens to Arch Manning and to Trey Owens, you don't have to throw a true freshman in there. You got a guy with some experience who understands the offense and what you're trying to get done and understands, more importantly, what defenses are trying to do to you pre-snap, because young quarterbacks are trying to make sure that their side of the ball is in order and in line. As you become a veteran quarterback, your shift focuses from making sure everyone on my side of the ball knows what they're doing to what's the defense trying to do to me, and what am I seeing pre-snap that I can adjust to and take advantage of. So this is nothing more than insurance and making sure that there's a veteran presence in the room in a year where Texas is trying to go for it. So, yeah. All right, let's get to the right call.
Yeah, I'm not trying to see Caldwell touch the field at all this year.
Right. That's the goal. Never see him.
Never ever see him. Like
seen, never heard, never
yeah.
seen. Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Just there. Hope he holds a good clipboard. Has a good firm grip to that clipboard. That's all he's going to be doing.
And he can be a scout team quarterback. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah. Like, go be Diego Pavia for us. Appreciate it, bro. Go be Gunnar Stockton. You know, go be John Mature for a week. Like, that's your role.
John Mateer at OU?
Yeah, go be John Mateer for a week.
Yeah.
That's what you're here for. Besides that, don't expect nothing else. All right?
Yeah.
So, all right, time for the right call. Before that, though, shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, full-service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. That's absolutely amazing. They have 2 terrific locations here in Austin, Texas, one up north off of Palm Springs Road and one down south off of Monterey Oaks and 290. Whether you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, collection of specialty plants, and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supply is your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website where you can order things online like bag soil, chemicals and fertilizer, landscape, hard goods, seeds, tools, everything and in between. And remember, when you go in and you make a purchase, let them know the crew of TSU, Texas Sports Unfiltered, put you on, and you get 10% off. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply if you mention us, your boy Zay Collier here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. And Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and been doing it very well. Wifey and I, we are Covert Bee Cave people, and we absolutely love our Buick Encore GT. And the process was absolutely terrific and easy. We were there 2 days, took the car home on the second day, and just hospitality was absolutely terrific. They made us feel like we were comfortable, and just no pressure on us when that whole process can have a lot of pressure that comes with it. So go check out their website at covertbk.com to see all the latest specials and inventory that they have, and 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Yes, EB trying to clown me for the name. Yeah, it's Mateer. I don't know why I called him Mature, but yeah, John Mateer. That's who Matthew Caldwell is going to be during Texas OU week, because he'll be on that scout team. So, what you eating? What's that? Apple? What the hell is that?
You know, little protein bar.
Okay. All right. Is it working? Is it? All right, I guess it's working. Cool. Good to know. All right, man. Right call today. I saw that in basketball, Texas and Duke will be playing each other.
Yeah, but they're not playing at their respective home buildings.
I mean, you see that.
Huh?
I mean, I don't like it either.
I want to go to Cameron Indoor.
Yeah, that sounds fun, but I don't get why they're not like meeting halfway or anything. Like, why is the game in Charlotte? Like, that's
Right.
weird. Why?
Which
Why are they
means
playing
the return game's going to be in like Dallas or
Dallas?
Houston.
Yeah. So I don't know that, but every time I see Duke on the schedule, that PTSD, UTSD comes into play because I think of that SOB JJ Redick that didn't play Jackson Hayes the whole first round of the playoffs, giving Texas 41 points back in 05, 06.
JJ Redick. You know what he just did? For all the right moves he made during the season to get the Lakers to that 3 seed, he looked like a coach that either didn't know what he was doing or had axes to grind. Like, coaches have to coach the players. If they're doing something you don't like, you have to coach them to do something that you do like or something that helps the team. You don't just give up on them. That's like what Rick Barnes used to do. Rick Barnes. I saw it way too many times. A guy makes a couple of turnovers. The guy gets benched for the rest of the game. It's like that TJ Ford story about Boddicker, turning it over, missing. Benches him, and then TJ Ford goes, "You want to win this game? You got to put Boddicker back in the game." Barnes is like, "What? And TJ just said, "Okay, you don't want to win," and walked away. So Barnes goes down there. Boddicker, you're in the game. And then he hits 4 threes in a row and they win.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. PTSD, I got you. 41 there.
So it should be a little different. You know what I'm saying? Because I get it, Joe. You need a tougher schedule than what you had this past year. This past year's schedule.
Too soft.
Too soft. Way too soft. Ohio State and who was the other, which they lost that game. But when they went to New York, then they played St. Joe's and Syracuse, just all these teams that didn't make the tournament you played before the conference. And then you got into the conference and you weren't ready. You weren't made for the SEC. You had some good games, but overall, there's a reason why that Texas team was playing in the first 4. So I could respect Sean Miller saying, I don't care what Duke's going to be. I have no idea what our team's going to be, but we want this type of smoke. We want to show other kids and transfers, this is what we do. We're going to play the biggest games. We're going to have a very tough conference schedule. We can be a basketball school, even though football and baseball get the headlines down here in Austin, Texas. Like, we could be that. You might have to go to Europe and convince some of those players that, which I'm fine with, which finally we're seeing happening, especially when you bring in somebody like Mathis. But
hey, I'll say it again. What determines a school being a basketball school is the coach.
Yeah.
If the coach can build a program and identify talent, develop talent, and keep building it and going deep in the NCAA tournament, that's how you become a basketball school. Chris Beard made Tech into a basketball school while he was there. And he left and they disappeared. Kim Mulkey made Baylor a women's basketball school. She left and now they're slipping. Just saying.
I don't think Tech disappeared. They were in the Elite Eight.
Yeah, no, Grant McCaslin, that was the other guy, his former assistant. Mark Adams. He's a good defensive specialist, but he's no head coach. Players were running from the program.
I think he was doing creepy stuff too, though.
Yeah, Terrence Shannon's like, get me out of here. I'm going to Illinois.
Yeah.
I'm trading one farmland for another.
No, you're right. Todd Golden at Florida. They look like a basketball school to me. Bruce Pearl, Auburn, Rick Barnes, Tennessee. You can name a lot of these schools in the SEC. So why not Texas? Playing Duke helps. So they're going to have the Boozer twins, Carlos Boozer's kids. They'll be at Duke next year, but I don't think this Duke team will be as good as what we saw this past year that got to the Final Four. But who knows? It's Duke. I could be wrong. But good show, my man. Let's bring in the open gym guys. Matt, Patrick.
It's time to open up the gym.
Open up
Patrick
the gym.
Matt.
You know why?
What's up,
One
guys?
reason they won't be as good is Cooper Flagg's not on this Duke team. That means they're automatically worse. When you take out a prospect who is as good of a player as we've seen in college basketball in the last decade, 2 decades, that probably means he won't be as good without that guy.
Flagg's good. Flagg's good. How much have you been praying, Patrick, that San Antonio somehow gets that ball to drop and become the number 1 overall draft pick?
Oh, I don't have to pray. We're going to get it.
See, that's yes. That's life's been too good.
No, we're not. Look, we're not getting it. So I'm not worried about it. We're just not getting it. So I don't have to worry about it too much. I really, really would love to be in that top 3 or 4, like be in there. I don't have to be 1, but just somewhere where that pick is way more valuable, so it can be used in a trade. That's where I'm at right now. Is okay. Let's add one more piece in here, and then maybe get somebody else in. But yeah, if we get 1, then it's the craziest thing.
Where are you on Brian Wright as the GM of the Spurs?
I mean, it's a joint process. So Brian Wright's done pretty well. I mean, he didn't get fleeced in a trade. He fleeced the Kings. So I'll take like that. That'll put him in there. I mean, they've just been doing like Sam Presti's a great general manager, but it took him 6 years, 6-7 years to get the Thunder where he wanted to get them. So it's kind of like you have to judge on their small market team in this thing. So he doesn't really have the free reign to go out and just go get big names. He has to consistently be like, no, we don't want to trade. We don't want to trade our draft picks. You're like, okay, but really we could, and we would be really good in a couple of years. Like, nope, we want to keep them. We want to just bring guys in and pay them, rookie salaries, and that'll be way easier on us. So they haven't done it yet. We'll see what happens with Wemby now, because like in all reality, they're trying to build that new building. And so that kind of goes into it. You have to start making the playoffs to build a new building, right? I know you got Wemby, but to keep Wemby, to build a new building, you have to make the playoffs. So it's about time to make some moves to do those financial things.
All right, fellas.
I'm gonna miss the SBC
tomorrow. Appreciate y'all.
Guys.
Appreciate you guys. Happy to roll in here to Open Gym. Welcome in myself, Patrick Davis, alongside my man Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. Did you have a good weekend this weekend, Matt? I know you were out celebrating Cinco de Mayo a little bit. It's a rainy day today, but a pretty nice weekend. How was it?
Man, it was fun. It was fun. I'm tired. I haven't I'm 37. I don't go out every night. So having friends, a friend in town, and then you go out on the town for the weekend and you kind of drink a little, it just affects your body a little bit more the older you get. So I'm a little bit more sluggish on a Monday than I typically am, but I'm doing great.
Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, I mean, I went out Saturday night and saw my friends play, but post COVID, really, I don't go out nearly as much as I used to, because it feels like around that time everything jumped up. Like I drink cheap beer, and cheap beer became not as cheap beer around that time as well. Mm-hmm. So when I used to be able to get $2-3 Lone Stars, and then now I'm like, I'm gonna get, when I'm paying like $5, like, all right, this is not gonna fly anymore. I'm gonna go back and get a case and sit by myself and invite people over to my house. That'll be a lot easier.
Yeah, I remember back in college, I would get a $2.50 Bud Select at the Library Sports Bar in Oxford. That was amazing. And then I go to a brewery this past weekend on a Saturday morning, and I was paying like $11 a beer or something. It was crazy.
Yeah. No, I'm not a big brewery guy. So I always walk in and I'm like, first of all, I like drinking. I don't like just going straight into, like, I don't want to have your heaviest, most alcoholic beer. And so I have to look at the ABVs of everything, because I'm like, I don't want to be trashed on 3 beers, and because I'm going to drink it like a beer anyway. And then I'll be really drunk by, because you're like, oh, what is this? Like, oh, it's 17%. Like, why would you make that? No, that's crazy. Just ate a meal of beer and liquor. It's so I tend to stay away from that a little bit more and just go with the stuff I know.
If the beer is above like a normal percentage, I'm not drinking it anyway. So
Yeah, there you
it's
go.
You gotta be reasonable.
We shouldn't even talk about beers though. It is Cinco de Mayo. It doesn't feel like, because all weekend was nice and there was a lot of Cinco de Mayo stuff, and now it's just been raining in Austin all day. So I'm like, not quite the festive holiday of Cinco de Mayo that we're very used to. But that was fun back in the, it was a fun over the weekend. Had to do a little tequila, have a little fun, listen to a little Latin music, have a good time, and then roll back into a Monday and pretend that that none of that exists anymore. We'll move on. But we did see over the weekend, Texas does get a new quarterback, and Joe says, "I like to get a flight with food at brew pubs." Yeah, you could try everything. I just like to. I like having to. I like sip. I just like having a beer and going and enjoying it. So I don't know. I maybe at like age 50, maybe that'll be when I start trying to get it. I've thought about it. I've had some craft beers. They've just never moved me the same way. Longhorn Bear, dropping some news if this is right.
I literally just got the alert from Ian Rappaport
that the Ravens letting go Justin Tucker. That is a somewhat surprising revelation that he's been let go. It's not super shocking. The fact that this has not been cleared up yet with all of his accusations, whether they're true or not, no team wants to have that hanging over their head. They got a new kicker. They feel good about what he's doing. Justin Tucker had his worst season, which was still better than most kickers' seasons, but he did have his worst season as a pro last year where he started to miss some more kicks. So, and that's disappointing. Like, we talk about Justin Tucker, fall from grace. Justin Tucker 2 years ago, we're like, he's a Hall of Famer. And now that is very much in question with Justin Tucker. It'll really depend on where everything goes with the accusations, which I don't want to get too far into because I can't tell you, I wasn't there. So I haven't read all the depositions or anything like that. So we'll wait for the justice system to work itself out and then get to the point where I'm sure somebody will end up signing him because he is still a really, really good kicker. And there's, not normally 32 of them in the league, but kickers are like, it's starting to get to be, if you don't have a good kicker in the NFL, it really seems like your scouting department's screwing up, right?
Yeah, it does. And I thought the Ravens kind of sent a clear message that this was going to be the case anyway, so it shouldn't be too much of a surprise because they drafted a kicker. They drafted Tyler Loop out of Arizona at pick 186. So anytime you actually spend draft capital picking a kicker, there's usually one or two in the draft class. So anytime you're spending draft capital to do that, it's pretty clear that you're looking in for a new direction. So, it's not too surprising. But yes, I would agree with you. If you have a bad kicker, it seems like your scouting department's kind of drunk on the job or something. It's, that's something that you got to have. It's critical.
It was, what some guys were like, oh, that guy can hit a 50-yarder sometimes. Now we're seeing more and more guys at the college level and at the pro level kick 60-yarders with somewhat regularity. So you just say, all right, if you can't find somebody who can hit a 40 to 45-yard field goal with regularity, that's on you. That you did not do your diligence. You just kind of stuck out and went to get somebody. But Justin Tucker will be out there. We'll see if anybody goes and picks him up, or, this may be one of those, he waits until it goes into next season, maybe gets a little bit more clarity on his situation, and then is able to come in when somebody misses 5 field goals early on. And then, they're like, okay, we need to do something, and we're just going to go get Justin Tucker.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just a matter of how long it takes this whole legal process to play out, and I'm sure it will eventually, one way or the other. If it ends up, being in his favor, then he'll kick again. If not, it's going to be, teams are going to have to think twice about before they sign him. The fact that Deshaun Watson still has a job as a quarterback can tell you that Justin Tucker's NFL career is probably not over.
Yeah, I mean, probably. There's a bit of difference between a kicker and a quarterback, but I still think you're right. That there will be somebody to say that, these are just accusations, this is all false, or whatever else. I'm hoping not, Jack. I'm hoping not. And Joe says there's been talk about narrowing the goalpost. I get that too. I don't think they need to narrow the goalpost because no one wants to see more missed field goals. I know you want to see less field goals, but narrowing them isn't going to make them take. We saw what they did with the kickoff. It doesn't make them change what they're going to do. These coaches are stubborn. If they're going to, and we also don't want to see teams going for it on 4th and 9 a bunch. Like, that's not a good possession for anybody. With a bad team that keeps getting in 4th and 9s, and then they're like, well, we can't even kick it. You're like, well, that's a 72-0 win again for the Chiefs. Like, you don't want to see that. So I don't think they would end up, trying to make them narrowing. I mean, then that also sets off things to college and pro, where you're talking about, or college and high school, where then you say, well, does college move it in to try and get them ready for the pros? And then college, it would take every college to have to do it. And so no, they don't want to all buy new goalposts. And then high school, that's just not valid to get all new goalposts in high school. So yeah, I think that would have a long-term ramification that would probably not make it the best idea to put it in. But I think Tucker will end up getting picked up somewhere along the line. But that is surprising. That's not how you expected his career to come to an end, or at least his tenure with the Ravens to come to an end, was a Monday afternoon press release.
Yeah, if they do end up narrowing the goalpost, by the way, that would probably be bad news for Scholarship Burt. But yeah, I didn't really see this coming either. This is kind of a unceremonious end for. I mean, I know he has his legal issues, but he's still one of the best kickers in NFL history. So it's kind of surprising, just for it to all of a sudden end like this.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Let's talk about our new quarterback, though, on the 40 acres. Texas did bring in a transfer quarterback that really, I think, says a little bit about what Sark may be looking for in the quarterback room, and maybe having a little bit more experience in the quarterback room, which not huge experience, but they brought in a new quarterback named Matthew Caldwell. He played at Troy last year. He spent 2 years at Gardner Webb before that, and then spent a year at Jacksonville State, which is Jacksonville State, not Jackson State, where Shador was playing. Jacksonville State, they're two different schools. So he spent a year there, didn't really play much there. Then in 2023, he had a 57.1% completion percentage, 940 yards, 7 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions at Gardner Webb. And then at Troy, he had a 63% completion percentage, 1,600 passing yards, and 13 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. Nothing too spectacular from him. Sark does believe he can scout quarterbacks well, though. And so I'm not sure all of the intangibles of why he brought him in. He's not really a runner. He had 48 carries last year for 47 yards. So not really a runner either. So yeah. I'm not quite sure why you bring him in. Maybe a little bit more of a veteran presence in that quarterback room, because it is a young Arch Manning, a young Trey Owens, a young KJ Lacey. There's a lot of young in that, and he brings you a little bit more experience. I wouldn't assume that he would even be ahead of Trey Owens, but this may say they're not quite sure about their backup quarterback position right now. This may have felt, though, maybe just a little bit more depth in that room and maybe a different viewpoint. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure about this signing, because it doesn't feel like he's necessarily a step up on anybody.
No, it was a bit confusing to me as well. We talked about defensive linemen and tight ends and wide receivers and all these positions that were big time portal needs. The last thing you expected was for them to bring in a quarterback.
And if they did, you expected to be like, okay, this guy is a backup that you could trust and put in there.
Right.
And they wanted a senior backup guy that they could trust. This doesn't feel like that either. I mean, 13 touchdowns and 8 interceptions is not the number that I would expect.
Right. It's like, like when Ole Miss had Jackson Dart and they signed Spencer Sanders. It's like, okay, if Jackson Dart goes down, we have a legitimate guy who's won a bunch of games and put up a bunch of numbers. This isn't that. I can't really think of a reason why they would do this other than to just add a little bit more depth and maybe some veteran presence in there, because I mean, Trey Owens has a handful of snaps under his belt in mop-up duty from this past year. KJ Lacey obviously hasn't played a snap as a true freshman. He just got here in the spring. So, maybe it's just kind of an insurance policy in case Arch gets hurt. And, I don't know. It's very strange. I can't really think of a legitimate reason. I've watched a bunch of Trey Owens. I've watched a bunch of KJ Lacey. They're both super talented quarterbacks. I don't think this has anything to do with like a negative viewpoint towards them in any sense of the word. Maybe they just wanted a fourth quarterback. Maybe it has something to do with, there wasn't a walk-on that they could rely on for more scout team type stuff, or just another veteran presence. I'm not really too sure, but if Sark likes him, then Sark likes him. He wouldn't have brought him in for no reason. So maybe he sees something in him that he likes. And if there's like a specific situation where, Arch gets hurt in a big game, maybe he feels more comfortable going to this guy than he would have Trey Owens, who hasn't seen the bright lights of a college football game really. Outside of that, though, it's an interesting move for sure. I'm not really sure what to make of it.
Yeah, I mean, because it is Trey Owens, was like a 3-star when Sark first went and wanted to go get him, which threw off some people. But Sark believes that he has a type that he wants to go get. And so maybe Matthew Caldwell falls more into that group. I'm not quite sure. It seemed a little off to me, but I'll trust in Sark on this one, because this is a one of those situations where it's important for Sark to figure these things out and have his guys that he trusts in that locker room. And so for whatever meetings they had, wherever the piece, I'm sure this falls into, since we're spending 45, 60, $80 million on our roster, we got plenty of money to pay him. We could hide. We just want to bring in some more quarterbacks to pay some more guys. But seeing Matthew Caldwell, it's an interesting pickup for the Longhorns for sure.
Yeah, I would expect that Trey Owens is still the clear backup quarterback.
Yes.
I don't think that there's any reason to believe that that's not still the case. I expect KJ Lacey to redshirt this season.
Maybe that's it.
Maybe that has something to do with it, but he could still play in 4 games. Maybe they have him just in case, they play KJ through these first few games and then something else happens just to have the fourth quarterback. It starts to get even more interesting when you consider that Dia Bell's coming in 2026, because then you have Arch, you have Dia Bell, you have Trey Owens, you have KJ Lacey. So you expect one of those guys to probably fall off and transfer somewhere just based on playing time and potential future alone. I mean, obviously Caldwell won't be there at that point, but it kind of, from that perspective, it kind of seems like Dia Bell is going to be the next quarterback of the Texas Longhorns after Arch Manning leaves, just based on that, in my opinion. I don't know. I still believe in KJ Lacey. I mean, he's Mr. Football in the state of Alabama for a reason. But it's certainly a strange move. I mean, they don't have the 85 member scholarship cap anymore. I don't believe so. Have as many quarterbacks who can throw the football and that you trust as you can, I guess, right?
Yeah, no, and maybe that's it. Is that it is KJ Lacey? They said we need to have 3 guys who are ready to go, and we didn't want to put Joe Tatum out there, who is a walk on. I mean, maybe that's it. That they just want to have somebody they trust a little bit more to be the 3rd guy, so KJ Lacey doesn't have to play if you get into those 17 game seasons. It's just maybe something that they talked about of. These coaches all get together during the offseason, and it may have been something. He's talking to Kirby Smart, and he's like, I didn't mind Carson Beck getting hurt, but the scary part is, okay, now I'm going into a playoff, and if my quarterback goes down, there's nobody ready to go behind him. Mm-hmm. And if you're trying to redshirt KJ Lacey, or if you just feel he's not going to be ready at all this year and he needs another year to get to be a little bit more safe, then maybe that's the case. It felt like it wasn't really that necessary, but that's also probably you're selling a guy to come in and say, hey, we need a solid 3rd string quarterback. That's not the sales pitch most guys want to get. But I guess if you're Matthew Caldwell and you at this point in your career say, I'm probably not going to play football at a higher level, and now I can get a degree from the University of Texas and be a part of this, maybe win a college national championship. I'll go do that, and that'll probably help my career more than another season at Troy or a school like kind of horizontal to Troy. Yeah,
I mean, I get to go play in the SEC and be a part of something potentially special. I mean, You're not going to, by pitching somebody as a 3rd string quarterback, you're not going to go get a Nico Iamaleava to be your backup or anything like that.
I mean, we got the budget. We can go get him.
Apparently,
We can
apparently
pay
they're
him
going to
double
pay
what he wants. Yeah.
$40 million a player or something, right?
I just love that everybody's report other than Kirk Bowles is that that's not true. It's just like that. It's one of those stories that comes out and then everybody else is like, I don't think that's right. I think maybe somebody gave you some bad information. And
well, I think that the genesis of that, at least what, like, I was kind of looking around on it earlier today. Just because something had popped up on my timeline, and apparently like the genesis of all of that is Curt Cignetti said something and he just mentioned Texas kind of like erroneously as an example that he, like, there was no actual facts behind it. I don't know. I mean, I trust Kirk Bowles as a reporter and everything, and I'm not sitting here saying that he's not a trustworthy reporter by any means, but that I just, that was I don't know what to make of all that stuff.
No, Houston Chronicle Kirk has made a couple of bold claims so far that I've noticed maybe headline grabbers, but we'll go on. Quinn Ewers also was in the news that ESPN did a piece on him and the draft slide. Since we've gotten past the Shedeur world now, we're going to get into the Quinn Ewers and his draft slide. Some interesting parts in there where it talked about, him getting ready for the draft, everything leading up to it. Then it gets into the draft and him saying, okay, day one, we weren't really expecting to go. Day two, we feel pretty good. It's Saints or Seahawks. Both these guys like us. Both these guys have us on their radar. So we're good on Saints or Seahawks. And so there's a couple picks in here. And unfortunately, Shuck and Milroe were still on the table at those times. And those guys had Shuck and Milroe ahead of him, which we saw that on multiple reports where you can believe in, you can agree with that or not, but that's a reasonable discussion of Ewers versus Milroe and Ewers versus Shuck. It's a reasonable discussions. So those guys get drafted, and now the slide begins. We don't really have feelers out. Nobody else really talked to us a lot. So now we don't know who's going to take him. And so at that point in day three, his agent starts reaching out to teams and trying to figure out who's interested. Apparently it comes down to the Cowboys and the Dolphins. The Dolphins end up taking him there. I think the Cowboys probably would have easily taken him. I think the Cowboys, if you would have told them, hey, you don't need to draft, you don't need to trade for Joe Milton, Quinn Ewers will fall to you in the 7th, they would have easily done that. Or fall to you in the 6th, they would have easily done it. Mm-hmm. I think they would have loved to do that. They just didn't think Quinn Ewers would be there. So they went ahead and they made the trade for Joe Milton. So I think once they had Milton, then they say, well, we don't want to use another draft pick to bring in another guy because we already got Milton, and now it seems a little egregious. So the Dolphins end up taking him. But then the report after that, or another piece in that article, is that his agent had then called some of the teams and said he spoke to about half the teams and asked them why they did not draft Quinn Ewers. And the basic report was we had a day 3 grade on him, and we didn't want to use a day 3 pick on a guy holding a clipboard. And we didn't want to he was too good to hold a clipboard, but not good enough to be a day 2 pick. And so something similar to the Shedeur Sanders, that it was, we don't want to have a guy that people think is a top quarterback as a backup. We'd just rather not. So he's off our board. And he just was off people's boards and fell all the way down. And without the Dolphins, it feels like he may have been undrafted completely because of whatever happened in those meetings, for whatever they thought that he would not be a good backup quarterback. They thought he had to be a starter. I don't get it. I believe the phrase that the agent used was he thought he was chicken shit that they did that. I agree with that. I get 100%. I agree trying to get culture fits and you want to make sure you don't have squabbles. I don't see what in Quinn Ewers' makeup makes you think that he would be a problem being a backup. I don't know where that falls, where you saw anything and think Quinn Ewers has a family that's going to go after you if he's a backup, or Quinn Ewers is going to speak out to the media, or Quinn Ewers is going to be unhappy in the locker room if he's holding a clipboard. I don't know where that is. Now I get, if you say I'm the Chiefs, I don't want to draft him to be a backup behind Patrick Mahomes because he will never see the field on this team ever. I get that a little bit more, but there was plenty of teams with guys that maybe won't be there in 2 or 3 years, or guys that get hurt often or stuff like that. Where we go, maybe I give a chance. And if he's any good, I'd trade him off like the Patriots used to do. So it was an interesting article to see where his agent actually came out and said these things.
Well, like the Patriots just did.
Yeah.
With Joe Milton. So like exactly. it
did
is
with Jacoby Brissett and did with Jimmy Garoppolo and did with number of quarterbacks. They just would do that all the time.
right. It is in fact chicken shit. I hate this. I thought that the agent was absolutely within his right, and I'm glad that he came out and said these things and kind of took the NFL to task, because at the end of the day, what is the NFL draft if you're not trying to find the best players? Right? I mean, you have a guy who's been in the hardest conference in America, winning consistently at a high level for 2 years straight, taking your team to conference championships, taking your team to the semifinal of the college football playoff, the humblest kid you'll meet. All he does is fall in line and get coached well, and he does everything you ask him to do. He's a leader. Guys look up to him. I get that, it can somehow be a distraction that, you have this big name quarterback sitting behind a guy who's kind of unsure of his position, like a Geno Smith or a Sam Darnold or somebody like that. And it can cause noise if one of those guys gets, starts off the season poorly or has, an unfortunate injury or whatever the case may be. And maybe you don't necessarily want this whole media cloud surrounding Quinn Ewers should start, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I get that. But at the end of the day, if you're not trying to make your football team better, what's the point? Like if you're the Las Vegas Raiders, how on earth can you justify picking 2 FCS quarterbacks ahead of a guy who took one of the biggest football programs in America to the college football playoff and nearly got him to a national title 2 years in a row? I mean, had Quinn Ewers won a national title, he's probably the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback next year, I would guess. But it's, it's egregious to me. It makes no sense. And it's really a black eye on the NFL, that and the Shador thing. Like, I'm not a Shador fan. I think I've made that very clear on this podcast or on this show that, I totally agree with some of the things that people have to say against Shador in terms of, I think he's a little bit overrated and can be kind of a distraction. But I don't think there's any way in hell he should have slid to the 5th round. He's way more talented than that. And he should have been on a team and been in a better position for his career. And it's not fair to Quinn Ewers that his career is now going to be directly affected because NFL teams were too scared to take on the idea of a big name at their backup quarterback position. It's just ridiculous to me.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, I think both those guys also fell into somewhat of a hole in the fact of last year's draft was quarterback heavy, and people think next year's will be. I think we both agree that Arch is not going to be in it, but people think that the quarterback will be better in both years surrounding it. So a lot of teams just didn't have quarterbacks on there, and the quarterbacks they started with were guys way down below. It seems like it was an oversight by a lot of teams to not put him on there. It felt like the answer that he got back of like, well, we thought he was too good to hold a clipboard. You're like, no, you didn't. You didn't think that at all. You just didn't want to put him on your team. So it felt disingenuous to a point, but it's the reality is he ended up in a really good place for him as well. I think there were some teams who legitimately have a reasonable beef or a reasonable point that they could have said he doesn't fit our scheme. So I think there's probably half the teams in the NFL that could say Quinn Ewers didn't fit what we want to do. We want to throw the ball deep. We want to do these things, and Quinn Ewers doesn't fall into that. So he wasn't one of our top guys. And I say, okay, I get that. And there's other teams that say we're not drafting a quarterback at all. So it doesn't have to be all those teams. There was just a few teams that drafted guys before him that I don't get why they got drafted before him, why he would fall in that sense. I don't understand at all. But it was an interesting article if you want to go check it out. Todd Archer, I believe, is the guy who put that article out. But yeah, it was a little insight. We talked about, we figured that was something like that they just felt that he was too good to be the, second, third string guy that was not going to play, but he was also not good enough to be the first one. So it wasn't Shuck, Shuck went before him. And then they went with Milroe because I think they wanted somebody that had a little bit more dynamic offense to be able to run the ball as well. So you take a chance on a Milroe because he may not be as good of an overall quarterback, but he is way, way more athletic than Quinn Ewers is. So you can put that in and say, as a backup, even if he's not throwing the ball well, we can still use him in certain situations, and we can use him on a scout team, and we can use him in a couple different places. But overall, it just felt like it was a unfortunate scene. Glad he did get drafted because that was a concern that, by that 7th round, you start to worry about. But we see Quinn Ewers, and then we start to hear the reports after the draft, and I keep seeing more and more of this. Matt, you were talking about it a little bit last week about Jaden Blue, and that he has now fallen into several people's top pick of his round, top pick of day 3, top pick of the Cowboys, a steal they got. People are extremely high on Jaden Blue coming out in this draft, and you get a couple guys comparing him favorably to a Jahmyr Gibbs, which I think is maybe a little bit of a stretch. You get it, some favorable comparisons to Tony Pollard and what he did, and people are just really high on the upside of Jaden Blue right now. I've seen him on list of most likely to be a starter this season. Jaden Blue's on that list. I've seen him best picks of day 3. He's on that list. And I mean, this Jaden Blue, people are really, really high on a guy that it felt like going through the process. He was listed in the 6th, 7th round for a lot of teams. A lot of people maybe not as high on Jaden Blue, but the reports afterwards, everybody was high on him.
Yeah, it's the Jahmyr Gibbs thing, I think is interesting because it wasn't just like a Joe Blow that said it either. It was Tashard Choice, who is Texas running backs coach and now the coach at with the Lions for Jahmyr Gibbs, and he did kind of add to that by saying he has a lot to do before he can live up to that name and those kinds of things. But in terms of like their skill sets and what they can do, I do think that they're kind of similar players. They're about the same size. They're both super fast. They can do a lot of different things. I think that Blue can run between the tackles a little bit better than people give him credit for. It's still not necessarily like a strong suit of his by any means, but he can put on weight and become a tougher and more in between the tackles runner and be a really good, kind of all around back. I'm not really that surprised by this because his skill set is elite. Like he's unbelievably fast. He can do just about anything you need a running back to do at the NFL level. He needs to work on his ball security, obviously. He needs to, like I just said, kind of work on his game in between the tackles, obviously. But for the situation that he got drafted in and the team that he's going to and the offense that they're trying to put into place and the other moves that they made, like drafting a bulldozer right guard on their offensive line and the new offensive line coach, like everything is just kind of set up for him in Dallas to succeed. Like if he could have gone anywhere, this will be his best opportunity to succeed right away. So I understand it to that extent. Now, I do think that if this was for sure going to be the case and he was going to be this home run NFL star that, best pick and all these different things, he probably should have gone a lot earlier. So there's obviously some things that other teams believe that he needs to work on. And I'm not trying to say that there's not, but I mean, what Dallas has in place right now, there's really nothing standing in his way. If he can go in there and he can, get those ball security things figured out and he can put on a little bit of weight and add a little bit of toughness and grit to his game where he can be an every down back over the next couple of years, then he has every opportunity to live up to these expectations. I don't ever expect him to be Jahmyr Gibbs and run for, 1,500 yards and catch 600 yards in passing and have 25 or 20 whatever touchdowns in a season like Gibbs did, but he has a really good chance to be a good NFL player.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't, there's just a lot of things, pass pro, he's got to work out a little bit as well, to stay in the game and play long term. So there's different things he needs to do. Joe says he was, Blue was clutch in the end zone on passes. Yeah, I mean, like, I know what his high points are. I just thought there was more detractors, but it was, what we see afterwards. He's going up. You put him up there. People are saying he's got a better chance to start than Cam Scatterboot, and that one got me. I'm like, who's starting ahead of Scatterboot?
I don't even know who the Giants have a running back outside of Scatterboot, so I don't know.
Who's starting ahead of him? Like they don't really have much. I think he's a starter already. But people are really high on Jaden Blue, so that was a lot of fun to see. Not fun to see was Texas baseball over the weekend, as Texas did not get done what they need to get done and have their first real toe stump of the of the season going against Arkansas, getting swept. I mean, in the first two games were not even close. It was a 9-0 loss on Thursday. It was a 6-1 loss on Friday. And on Friday, you know, we talked a little bit, and shout out to Fanatic Perspective for being on the show. But you know, on Friday was, you know, okay, we'll just try and come back and get back into it. And Friday they didn't. They 6-1 loss on Friday. They get a little bit back into it, but allow 13 runs again on Saturday's game. Just don't look good. Just felt like Arkansas had their number all weekend long. They're still number one in the country because they still have a lead in the SEC. They're still playing good baseball. But this is going to be a big turning point for their season, whether it is, are you ready to bounce back? You get your last 4 home games here. You're playing against a good Florida team. Are you going to be able to bounce back on this? Or is this going to be maybe where people start to figure out this Texas team?
Yeah, it kind of feels like it was only a matter of time before they had a down weekend just because they've been so good all season. So, you know, I'd kind of take all this with a little bit of a grain of salt. I don't think that this is necessarily an indicator for what's to come for the rest of the season. Obviously, they, you know, without Jared Spencer in the rotation, it's everything's a little bit different. So maybe that threw them off. That doesn't explain the lack of bats for the first 2 days.
Yeah.
But you know, that was a big loss for them. So it's not surprising that they had some things to figure out. I think that, you know, the thing that Texas can kind of hang their hat on here is they have the best coach in college baseball. They still have a very, very talented team. This isn't the end of, like, this is one series. It's not going to write their story. They just need to figure out a way to bounce back and deal with the adversity and go into this next week and take care of business. I think if they do that and they get themselves back on track quickly, then it'll just be a blip on the radar and they'll go into the, you know, the SEC tournament and all that stuff with some high hopes and some confidence. But if they don't get it turned around and they have another bad series, then it might be a little bit more something to worry about.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, because this now comes into the point of, did Arkansas figure something out that everyone's going to be able to figure out and use against you for the rest of the season, or was it just a bad weekend where, for whatever reason, you guys didn't feel well enough, they didn't get up for it? Yeah, Joe says when 2 players didn't know how many outs, that was really bad. Like, just all of it mentally didn't seem like they were into it, physically didn't seem like they were into it, and that doesn't mean they weren't trying or anything else. It just never felt like they were really going in that game. So it's a disappointing one, but I think it is one that you kind of have to, you know, coaches have to sit and worry about, but the players, you just tell, okay, guys, let's clear our minds from that. Let's get back. We're playing a Lamar team tomorrow night. Let's get ready, go back, feel good about yourselves. You're playing at home this weekend as well. You're not in the hostile environment of Arkansas that does hate you more than they like themselves. So, you know, you get back into it. You're going to have a tough road when we get to the College World Series. So this is, you know, as much as it hurts, a good thing for the long run, but it's still a difficult piece to a business to deal with in the time. But it was definitely surprising because that first game you went, okay, well, they got kind of punked there, but they'll respond. They've been playing well. And then you get blown out and then, yeah, trying to watch on Saturday and just going, I mean, how far can the wheels fall off of this? That, you know, the bats finally woke up, which is nice because they go, even if the pitching's not there and they're being able to figure you out a little bit more in the pitching, that's more adjustable. You can figure that out. You still have good pitchers out there. These guys have pitched well for all season long. I don't think they're getting completely figured out now. But, you know, when your bats are gone, that's when it starts to worry you too, because now everything's going wrong. So I think if it was one or the other, then I might be a little bit more concerned. But when everything goes wrong, it just feels like it's a bad weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of – football and baseball are two totally different sports. But if you look at what Texas did during the football season, they start, you know, undefeated, 6-0 or whatever they are. They go into the Georgia game and they just get the brakes beaten off of them. And a lot of people are sitting there saying, you know, Texas was a fraud. Texas, you know, everybody figured it out. You know, they were exposed, all this stuff. What do? They go, they win the rest of their games. They get to the SEC title game. So yeah. I think that Texas baseball just kind of needs to take a similar mentality, not look too much into it. You had a bad game. Take the film, the stats, whatever, throw them in the trash. Wake up tomorrow. It's a new week. Move on. We'll be fine.
Yeah, 2 more series to go. You still got the lead in the SEC. You definitely want to win that OU series because it's OU and it's a 440 and they still suck. So you want to be able to win that series, but but that is going to be much more interesting to watch what they do tomorrow night against Lamar, because now this is a series or a game that you're really wanting to see Texas go out and play Texas baseball in and see those bats really start going, because it just was not a fun weekend for Texas baseball. I did want to talk a little bit about the Longhorns basketball team. Sean Miller said some things which I thought were a little bit interesting, and then also the big new opponent for Texas basketball. So we'll talk a little bit about that Texas basketball. NBA playoffs, we had 2 Game 7s over the weekend, and now we're into round 2. So we'll talk a little bit about that. The Cowboys and Texas over-unders, all of that still to come on the show today. But let's take a quick break, just a quick word from our sponsors, and then we'll come back, get into a little Texas basketball and a little NBA when we come back here on Open Gym here on weekdays. It's a Monday show, 4 to 6 p.m. here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
The best sports bar in Austin, Texas, USA, America is Cover 3. They've got everything you're looking for in a great sports bar. TVs everywhere, so there's not a bad seat in the house, and they've got the right games on. You're not going to have to ask the bartenders, the waitresses, the waiters for the game that you want to watch. They know the games that you want to watch, and the food. My goodness, that's what separates Cover 3 from the other sports bars out there. An upscale menu with tons of great items. You got to try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They've got the filet mignon. They've got the fish tacos. Of course, all of the sports bar classics like wings and nachos as well. Great burgers, great salads. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Of course, the full bar happy hour prices, the weekend brunch. You got to check them out. Anderson Lane, Round Rock, and San Antonio. And, of course, Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. It's Cover 3, dining, spirits, sports.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. Go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off, can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI as we roll on here on a Monday afternoon. It's a rainy Monday, so it just feels like this is a day you just like to lay around and do nothing all day, enjoy just a nice, calm Cinco de Mayo with all the rain happening. But let's get back into some basketball talk. First off, we did see Texas signed a contract with Duke to take on Duke, doing a couple of neutral site games. They'll be playing in Charlotte, I believe, is game 1 of that. But this is a big series for Sean Miller and this team. This falls after last season having a pretty non-competitive. I mean, you played UConn in that, last year, but maybe not the best non-conference schedule. And when you played in the SEC, you even it out enough to still get in. But maybe if that non-conference was a little bit more strong, then you would have even felt better going into the SEC. You would have felt better about your chances. Could have got yourself up a little bit higher in that conversation before you got into SEC play. So it may be something they're trying to remedy as they go in. I know Chris Beard has a philosophy of don't play anybody non-conference and go undefeated and just waltz through it and practice hard and you'll go. And so they were kind of in there. CDC wants to put in big games into the Moody Center. He wants to have people there and show up, but this will not be a home and home. So it is not necessarily one that's going to be at the Moody Center, but still trying to make some exciting games for Texas fans playing Duke. But this is going to be an interesting matchup. You don't have Cooper Flagg on the Blue Devils anymore, so it won't be quite the same team. They will have some good young players, but this is going to be a really, really early game for Texas. Does this worry you a little bit about Texas early on, or do you like seeing these kind of tough games early on?
I like the tough games early on because it gives you sort of a barometer for who you are as a basketball team early in the season. It's great to play Houston Christian and, East Tennessee State Tech, Agricultural Community College and stuff in November and December, but you don't really know who you are as a true basketball team unless you play a heavy hitter. So I don't expect it to go Texas's way. I expect Duke to be a pretty dang good basketball team next year and kind of, I bet they'll expose some flaws in what Texas has, but it'll give them an opportunity to see those flaws and prepare for it and go into SEC play, knowing what they need to work on. It's always better for your program, and the football team has figured this out too. It's always better for your program to play as many good teams as you can possibly play because it doesn't just help your exposure in the non-conference. It helps prepare you for the rest of the season. And I think that's kind of what they're trying to do here is just inject a little bit of excitement in Texas basketball and get themselves prepared for what's going to be a really tough SEC.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the excitement's a key word. We saw Sean Miller over the weekend discuss too about what he wants from this team. And one of the things he mentioned a few times was he wants sellout crowds at the Moody Center. And Sean Miller really wants to see this Texas team bring in the crowds. And what you saw from him saying that, or at least what I saw from him saying that, is this is a CDC directive of one of the reasons why he wanted to bring in Sean Miller. But this is a CDC thing that when he brought him in, he said one of the things Rodney Terry was not great at was selling tickets. And not just necessarily by the product he put on the court, but he wasn't going out and really marketing the team and really, doing videos and doing everything and trying to connect with the fan base. Something Chris Beard was really, really good at, was going and hanging out with all the frats and hanging out with all the students to try and get more and more people to come out. The season tickets are probably not where they need to be, where they want to have, more and more season tickets being sold out for basketball. They want to be able to push that. We know basketball is one of the only two sports that make money at Texas. And I think CDC looks at those numbers and says, well, we need to make more on that. And part way of doing that is selling out, because we sell out. We can even raise ticket prices because we keep selling out and the demand's there. So we want it. But if it's empty, we can't raise the prices because now we're not getting the people in there. So it really feels like he is going to be doing it. And I'm going to be curious to see what Sean Miller ends up having to do as this continues on, as they're going to really try and push. He's been out recruiting a ton. I see pictures of him out everywhere, going out and scouting and recruiting. He's on that trail, which you want to see, but it really feels like this is a big, big point from CDC.
Yeah, and one of the things that I liked that Chris Beard did when he got to Austin that I don't believe Rodney Terry – I don't think they did it with Rodney Terry. Maybe I'm wrong. Somebody can tell me in the comments if I'm wrong. But when he first got to Austin, he did that like sit down thing with Sark where they had that like little show that they did where they just sat there and talked and like, shot the crap for a little bit and it talked about different sports and those different kinds of things. I wonder if Sean Miller is going to get kind of involved in something like that. I mean, I get that they were kind of new at the same time. at Texas when Beard and Sark were doing that. But, I expect to see a little bit more exposure as we saw all over their Instagram and stuff when they hired him. But I expect to see a little bit more exposure from Sean Miller, more public appearances, more things to try and drive butts into seats. It sure would have helped a lot if they would have been able to land like a star transfer of some sort to get people excited. But I would also kind of expect, maybe this won't be Duke won't be the last big team that they schedule. Like I would venture to guess they're probably working on a home and home with a big time program as well to try and drive some excitement in that way. Because just based on what Texas basketball has been the last 2 years, it's going to be a real undertaking to sort of recapture that excitement. And they're going to have to do everything they can. And I bet that they're telling Sean Miller, you're going to be a big part of what we do to get people excited about this again.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think that there's something to be said of, people keep saying this could be a basketball school, it can be both. And it'll never be a basketball school. It just won't. Now, basketball can be important. Basketball can be a thing, but a basketball school, I know people disagree. A basketball school, basketball is first. You cannot be two things. And I know people want to say Florida's two things. I don't know. Either they're not a football school or they're not a basketball school. But you're one or the other. You can't be both. I know we got all the money. Everybody wants to say you can. You can't. It doesn't work that way, because what happens is when somebody calls and says, I come first, that's going to be football always. And, when they're doing coach's show, Sean Miller's show does not start until after Sark's ends. Not when basketball starts, but after when Sark's does. And in a basketball school, that show starts when basketball starts, because you're trying to sell tickets to basketball. That is what you want to do. Kansas is a basketball school because basketball comes first and foremost for them. Now, they got better at football and never made them a football school. So I don't think you're ever going to be there, but I think you can put yourself in a conversation like several other schools do, which is, hey, man, we're really good at baseball. We're really good at basketball. We're really good at football. We're a football school, but we'll beat you at all these ones. And, I mean, Alabama's showing that right now. Alabama's constantly in the conversation. They ain't a basketball school, but they're constantly in that conversation. And so I think you can get to that point, and that's where Sean Miller is going to have to bring back that excitement. I think that there's two sides to the excitement, though. And one is the product on the court, but the other is the names. And so right now, he needs to start getting himself in a position to start recruiting, and he needs to get that big win of a name at some point, because right now they just don't have the name. And that's also kind of the other side of the coin. You have to get some guys in there that are being recognized as the guy across the country. And last year you had the guy, you didn't have the fun offense. And so the style of play was not there, but you had the guy. And that's where Sean Miller needs to go. But I think that's why he's hitting the recruiting trail so heavy, is he realizes it's going to be a lot harder to get that guy in the portal than it is to be able to get him through recruiting.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can have the most exciting offense in the world. You can have the best stadium in the SEC. You can have all these different things. But if you don't have the exciting players, it's not going to work, because that's not like the players are what sell tickets. Yeah. You got to have a name to put to the product to put on the floor. And right now they just don't have that. They're making the chess moves to put all that in place to where they can eventually have everything else in place where they can get that guy. But right now they don't have that guy yet, so it's going to be a process. Rodney says you can't be both if you've won multiple natties in both. No, you can't. I mean, you can't. Patrick's right. It doesn't work that way. Florida is, they're really good at both. I mean, their football program hasn't been great the last couple of years, but it's coming back the other way. But they've been really good at basketball the last couple of years, and their football program didn't, make a bowl game last year.
Let's put it this way: if we say you're playing a regular season Texas football game or a playoff game in basketball, which I know those don't line up. But if you're saying like an SEC tournament basketball game versus a regular season football game, which one's on TV, which one's on radio? And it's going to be football every time, which means you're a football school. Like, that's just it. Now, if Duke has a regular season basketball game, it'll probably knock off a regular season football game, because basketball is first and foremost, and that's what people want to see. So that's why there can only be one. and you can be really good at multiple things. Like Texas is also a baseball school. We get that, but they're not. They're a football school. So
Right.
I get that thing where you go, we've been really good. We're historic at baseball. We're one of the best baseball, but I don't know if there's any real baseball schools other than, like a Cal Berkeley or somebody like that who doesn't necessarily have all the other things. I don't know if there's a school that has football and is a baseball school. I don't think that exists. So,
I mean, even, Kentucky's another good example. They got pretty good at football under Mark Stoops, but they are a basketball school. Everything revolves around basketball there. There's only enough space for one big fish in these sports things. And Alabama's really good at balancing it. Auburn's getting better at balancing it. Florida's really good at balancing it. Texas can do the same thing that those schools are doing. Yeah. But football is what drives the revenue at Texas. It will always be number one at Texas. They just have to find ways to elevate those other programs without decreasing what football is. And that's what they're trying to do right now with Sean Miller. And I think that they have a really good chance to do it. Then, like I said, they just got to get those big star name players. Once they start doing that, things can change.
Yeah. And I mean, I think this year is going to be a lot more of finding your identity because that's why you want to play at Duke early, because you're talking about this year. Well, we have a lot of guys who can run and gun. And we got a lot of guys who want to attack the basket. We've also got some big guys that we want to put in the post, and maybe we can grind some guys out and play that way. We have a lot of really good defenders. Are we going to play it, try and play more defenders? How are we going to run the rotations? Are we going to play, 7 guys, 20 minutes? Are we going to play 5 guys, 35 minutes, and a couple other guys, a few minutes? All those pieces fall into how you sell this program and what people are going to pay to see. And we just won't know until Sean Miller shows up on day one and starts to put those together. I don't think he knows. I think he can have a plan, but he doesn't know what Traore is going to be after his injury and coming into a school and playing at a bigger school. He doesn't know what Voigt Titus is going to be after another offseason. He doesn't know how Tremont Mark and Kendall Weaver and Dalen Swain are going to play together, if those guys are going to be able to figure out where they're going to be able to go. So I think that's where Texas needs to start fitting it. But it was very interesting to see that they're sitting and saying, hey, guys, basketball is going to be a ton of fun, guys. Basketball, hey, everybody come out to the Moody Center, because you could tell that was something that CDC really thought was lacking over the last few years, was Rodney Terry's engagement with the fan base. It was just not something he did. I mean, and his voice did not go well in that world. That's the unfortunate part about it, is his voice was not something that really you wanted to listen to, do a sit-down interview or, go out and do it. So I think Rodney Terry had a lot of things going for him, but those were some of the things that were going against him in those settings. And it just, at the end of the day, they decided to change it up a little bit and go with Sean Miller. And now we get to see him. But I'll be really curious. I think as we get closer to the season, you'll see Sean Miller going around to more campus activities to try and get some tickets sold, because this feels like a very big narrative, big directive from CDC.
Yeah. And look, that's part of the appeal of Sean Miller too, right? Is he's a very engaging, magnetic guy. He's not a Rodney Terry who's just kind of a, I mean, all due respect to Rodney Terry, but he's a reserved guy. He's not the most excitable person in the entire world. He's kind of, for lack of a better term, boring. And Sean Miller is different. He's a CEO. He's a politician kind of guy. He can get people excited. He's what they described as an alpha in this coaching search. He's the guy that can drive the narrative of your basketball program. So I think you're absolutely right. I expect to see him out and about quite a bit more than we saw Rodney Terry, to probably Chris Beard levels, because it's kind of the same idea.
There you go. I'm agreeing with you on that one. It'll be fun to see. NBA playoffs, fun to watch over the weekend, as we did get some game 7s. I'm a big fan of game 7s. Maybe some of it delivered more than others. On Friday, we saw the Rockets get a big win over the Warriors. Everyone started to get worried about that. And then Saturday, we get game 7, Clippers and Nuggets. And this wasn't a game. This was pretty much from the off. The Clippers came out and gave one last surge in the first quarter, and then it was over. And the Nuggets ran away with this game. It was terrible. James Harden really puts himself in elite space of players disappearing in the playoffs. He's 2 for 8 for 7 points in this game. He had 2 turnovers, so if you're keeping score on his games with more turnovers than made field goals, this is a push. 2 turnovers, 2 field goals on that stats. But just a horrific game from James Harden overall. He doesn't ever get it going. And I mean, he plays 35 minutes, so it's not like he didn't play as they were getting beat. He was going up, and they were just continuing to beat them down the entire game. Kawhi Leonard only has 22 in the game. He never really gets going. It just, it just from start to bottom doesn't go the way that you'd want it to go if you were a Clippers fan. And it just felt like this was James Harden once again in a huge moment disappearing completely.
He had 13 assists, Patrick.
Oh, that's great.
No, I mean, this is what James Harden's MO is. He always disappears when the lights are brightest. It's who he's always been. Back when it was, him and Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant with Oklahoma City, it was the same thing when he was in Houston, when he was in everywhere that he's been. He's disappeared when the lights got brightest. He's, how do I say this? He's a cancer. In the sense of the word, he is a cancer. You're not going to be a winning basketball team. You're not going to win a title if James Harden is one of your top 2 or 3 players, because he just disappears when it matters. And it's always been the case. It will always be the case. He can have all the talent in the world and come up with all these crazy moves that should be travels but aren't travels because of an NBA loophole and all this stuff. But he's not the guy. He never will be the guy. And what makes this even more embarrassing for the Clippers, the Nuggets, you just got the brakes beaten off you in a game 7 by a team who didn't have a basketball coach.
Well, this does lead to the trivia question, which I didn't look this up, but I can't imagine anybody else has ever done this. That the Thunder's now first 2 opponents will have both not had a coach. They both fired their coach with like 2 weeks ago in the season.
Yeah.
Because they played Memphis and now they're playing Denver. So they're playing both the teams that had fired their coach late in the season. Don't doubt that's ever happened before in the NBA.
So if the Thunder go on and win the title, Patrick, can we put an asterisk next to their title?
Every time. You know how much I love asterisks. The dumbest thing ever. Like, yes, every single NBA champion ever has an asterisk by it. By the way, here's something that fans of somebody else. Yeah, they've
except the Mavericks with Dirk. That was a real one.
No,
everyone else is fake.
Everyone else is fake. I don't remember what it was. I once went on this rant and I had like 20 straight years of asterisks ready to go. Of what the reason why there was an asterisk on every title. It's just dumb. But no, this Denver team's playing good basketball right now. And look, they do have a coach. They just don't have Mike Malone, who was a really good coach. And now they have an assistant coach who has stepped up and taken over the role, which we've seen now. 2 assistant coaches that took it over have been promoted. Actually, 3 have been promoted to head coach now. So we have had 3 interim head coaches been promoted so far this offseason. So maybe he is the next head coach of the Denver Nuggets that's already there. But yes, they played really well. They shared the ball really well. I mean, out of your starters, Michael Porter took the least amount of shots with 11. Aaron Gordon took 16. Jokic had 14. Murray had 15. Braun had 15. That is sharing the ball effectively, getting everybody involved, getting everybody going, which also helps when everybody's shooting a really high percentage of shots. They were just playing really good basketball all around. They had the energy in a game 7. They were ready to go, and it just felt like this Clippers team. I mean, Ty Lue should probably be looking for his job as well, because as much as everybody talks about Ty Lue and maybe that he has some abilities to make some big play or make some great rotations and all these things he can do, this team did not seem like they were at all excited to play in a game 7. And, Steve Ballmer flew people out there. He had tried to, he bought all these tickets and flew Clippers fans out to the game.
I saw
to try and have the Clippers thing there. And those guys just shut up at a point because it was so bad. Which, by the way, that is crazy. Like, we're going to Denver. We're going to see him. Oh, this is brutal. This is brutal. I don't know. I don't know what the Clippers do now, because you're kind of hamstrung that, James Harden has a player option. He's going to come back. Kawhi Leonard's not going anywhere. So now you just try and build around two guys that one of them is only going to play maybe 30 games a year for you, and the other one's going to disappear in the playoffs. That's not a good combination of players for the Clippers.
No, it's not. And I don't it's really inexcusable to me that in any elimination game, you can come out there and you can put up a performance like that. I don't understand the mentality of an athlete that, and granted, I'm just a fat guy on the couch who doesn't play sports. So like it's take what I have to say with whatever you will. But if you're a competitor and you're getting paid to play a professional sport and you come out and you put out a performance like that in an elimination game when your season's on the line, like it's just inexcusable to me. I don't know how Ty Lue's going to have a job after this. I don't know how James Harden can look at himself in the mirror after this. I mean, it's just years and years and years of disappointment from James Harden. I'm gonna find this clip, Patrick, and I'm gonna send it to you tomorrow because I'll have to do some digging on it. But there is this Bally Sports analyst who went on a James Harden rant that was probably the most epic rant against James Harden I've ever heard in my entire life. And I meant to send it to you earlier for our meathead of the day, but I couldn't find it again. But I'll find it and I'll send it to you. It's fantastic.
So it's just crazy because the James Harden one now falls into: is there a better player who's worse in big moments? Like when you look at him and you just look at his regular seasons and what he can do regularly, and you say, okay, this guy, if you take the playoffs out of the equation, is at least a top 10 shooting guard of all time, probably. Maybe cries a creep in the top 5 if you don't say regular season, no postseason. But he's not even in the top 10 if you include the postseason because he's been so bad in that.
I've got one. He's a college football player, though.
Okay, that's
Chris Sims.
But I don't think Chris Sims was legendary. Like James Harden is an MVP, perennial MVP candidate for many years, and he's always just been bad in the playoffs. So I'm like, I just don't know if there's anybody who's ever been that level that knocks him out of the top 10 of shooting guards, even though they could be if you just go regular season. You're like, well, how many guys? Because I get like DeMar DeRozan has been that guy a lot. He's probably the other shooting guard that you put in there in today's NBA that has disappeared in big moments a ton. And that's kind of the whole point of Toronto winning the championship after he leaves, was that they said DeMar DeRozan was kind of the weak link there and that he's a really, really good regular season player. But DeMar DeRozan isn't getting MVP votes every year.
Yeah.
So we can say DeMar DeRozan disappears. He's the best player on the team, but he's also not the best player in the league. Where James Harden, people would say, is the best player in the league, and he's not winning MVPs because people say, well, he sucks in the playoffs. And, I mean, it's just going to be a study of this guy, his Hall of Fame speech, and the people talking about it are just going to leave out his playoffs completely. Like, man, one of the best regular season basketball players who's ever played, James Harden. It's crazy.
Maybe Chris Paul, but I feel like he still had good games in the playoffs. He could just never get past he could never advance, but like I feel like he at least had some good games. I really can't think of another one.
He doesn't have the stat of having, like, was it 6-7 games that James Harden's had with more turnovers and made field goals in the playoffs, which is a crazy number for a star player to have. So we saw that another player who's going to try and do that, but hasn't quite been able to get to that level. Well, see what Joe says. Leonard's deal has 2 years, $50 million remaining, and he signed a 3-year extension in 2024, ordering his player option year at 36.3 if he chooses to return. Yeah. So they're stuck with it for another year. And then you'll likely see James Harden move on because I can't imagine they'd want to keep him for what he's going to want. And somebody will try and go pick him up. But
I would bet that they try to move James Harden at the trade deadline next year.
I mean, they might. I don't know who's going to pick him up to go make a playoff run, though.
Somebody who's just trying to shed salary and rebuild their team, probably going to the next offseason.
Possibly. We could see it. Yeah. If that's crazy, if his career comes down to a cap casualty guy where they just say, no, we're just going to move on from you. But it could be. We did see another player who is trying to follow in the James Harden footsteps of disappearing in big moments, Jalen Green. He once again, he showed up for one game in this series. He ends up with 8 points and 3 for 8 shooting, 0 for 2, plays 30 minutes in an elimination game 7. It doesn't do anything. We also see Dylan Brooks go 3 for 9 in that series. Dylan Brooks doesn't show up in this game 7. Fred VanVleet goes 6 of 13. Alperen Şengün, once again, people keep talking about how good Alperen Şengün is because he scores 21 points. He took 23 shots to score 21 points. That's not good. A lot of players could do that. That's really, really not good. And that's what I'm saying. I don't think Alperen Şengün is an all-star. I just don't. I think he's a good player who plays really well against bad competition. And then when he has to play against guys that can guard him, he can disappear a little more. And I get he smoked Wemby earlier this year. I get that. But he is there's just parts about him. When you have a guy that takes 23 shots in a game and only puts up 21 points, I just can't get behind it. Like that's not the player you need. Amin Thompson went 9 of 16. That's your best player in this game. Is Amin Thompson. He scores 24 points for you, but it doesn't matter because Golden State once again had the 2 best players in the game, which take attention away. And you have to go try and shut down Steph Curry, which they never really had to shut down anybody on the Rockets. They could play zone. They could do whatever they wanted because they weren't trying to shut down 2 guys, which then leads to Buddy Hield just going off in this game. 9 of 11 from 3-point. Buddy Hield. 33 points for Buddy Hield. That's why you say the team with the best 2 players wins. Because even if those best 2 players, Steph Curry still had 22, Jimmy Butler still had 20. Like they weren't gone. They still had 42 combined points. But there was so much effort to try and slow those 2 guys down that it got everybody open. Draymond Green early in that game hits 2 big threes, hits a layup, and the game plan was early, don't guard Draymond. Just leave him open. We don't care. And he hits those shots, and now you have to start guarding him. Now, he was pretty bad after that offensively, but good defensively. But they left him open, and he just made them pay early on. And so they had to go back and start guarding him again because they were trying to cheat off of Draymond to go help on Jimmy and go help on Steph. And then you see that even when Steph couldn't get open a ton, he was 4 for 10 from 3. It wasn't like he had a great game. It wasn't like Jimmy Butler, but Buddy Hield came in and took it to another level. And it's just the Rockets don't have the stars that draw attention like that because you don't have to care about Jalen Green anymore. You're not really caring about Fred VanVleet lining you up. Alperen Şengün, you put Draymond on him, and that was enough. You put him on the inside, and that was enough to stop him completely. I mean, Amin Thompson was really the only guy who was getting anything done, and then he got hurt. And so he hurts his calf in the game and can't play, and then Steph Curry starts getting some shots off. It just overall was a terrible look for this Rockets team that had such high expectations, and they have to answer a ton of questions this offseason now.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a Rockets fan and I told you that, coming into this game, Jimmy Butler is going to have 20 points. Steph's going to go 4 of 10 and have 22. You're going to be like, damn, I think we're going to win that game.
Yep.
But you only score 89 points. You let Buddy Hield go off. You shoot 33% from 3. You're only 40% from the field. It's a really bad look. I mean, they got to find an alpha dog on that team. That's just the end of the story. They got to go out and move Jalen Green. They have a ton of young talent on this team. They just got to package some of it together, go out and find a star. And that's the only way that they're going to get over the hump, because as much as I admire the young, plucky, super talented team that doesn't have a lot of experience, it's never going to beat these teams that have the stars on it. It's just never going to happen. And that's why the Thunder are so good, is because they have all of that. Plus they have SGA and all those other guys who are so good that the Rockets can get there. They just have to make some moves to even the playing field.
Yeah, because they really look 2 years behind Oklahoma City now, because Oklahoma City went out and did a little bit better 2 years ago. And then last year they went out and got some bigs to be able to fight in there. They got Hartenstein to come in. They got Caruso to come in as guys to come in and be a little more defensive and push hard. But this Rockets team has so much talent. Reed Shepard's not playing. And Reed Shepard's Reed Shepard is a trade chip. Reed Shepard is a guy who should be playing for you. But if he's not going to play, then he needs to be part of a trade. You shouldn't just have this guy sitting down the bench doing nothing for you when your offense is struggling, when you score 89 points in a playoff game, and you're supposed to be the defensive team. You're supposed to be the team that plays the best defense, and you end up getting punked out. That, you have to make a trade to go get somebody. The big name that's going to keep being out there is Kevin Durant. That's the name that is probably the easiest one to go get. But I think if you're there, I look at Milwaukee and I look at Phoenix for Devin Booker, and I may call on anybody else because I'm going to say I need to find some help here to bring in. I mean, you saw they put in Steven Adams, and that did them better until they realized that they just didn't have any offense when Steven Adams was out on the floor. And you just need to find a big man that could play a little bit more offense, that could play a real post player. And I think you would have had a better season because Alperen Şengün was getting pushed around by, 6'6" Draymond Green. Come on, man. Get inside. Get a little work on you. You have to go push around Şengün. So it was a tough loss for the Rockets, but the Warriors now with playoff Jimmy Butler and Chef Curry coming through and playing a big game. Now they get to move on to the second round, which is going to be against the Timberwolves, a really fun series there with the Timberwolves and the Warriors. Watching these two teams play is going to be a ton of fun because this feels like the Warriors should have no problem with, or the Timberwolves should have no problem with this. They should not. But again, there's really good players on this Warriors team, maybe a little bit more cohesive and a little bit more championship DNA than the Lakers team, who had LeBron be championship DNA, but that's about it. And it just seemed like it didn't ever fit. And then JJ Redick definitely wasn't. But now you get Steve Kerr running a team. They have a ton of talent on this Warriors team too that doesn't even play, Moses Moody and Kuminga, who are really good young players, but Steve Kerr hates anyone under the age of 33, so he doesn't play them. That one's going to be a ton of fun to watch. We also get the Thunder and the Nuggets starting tonight, which we talked a little bit about this. Thunder and the Nuggets, they start tonight. Do you have any hope for the Nuggets winning this series, or have the Thunders built enough with Hartenstein in there now, Chet Holmgren, maybe a couple options to slow down Jokic a little bit? You get Caruso out on Murray, maybe some help out there, that maybe they've got it a little bit down where they're going to be able to go. Now, this Denver team runs. They play extremely loose. They can go for it, but do you think that maybe OKC's got it figured out?
I think OKC's got it figured out. They kind of look a step above everybody else in the Western Conference right now, so I would expect them to, I don't think they're going to sweep this series by any sense, but I think it's probably going to be a 6-game series. I think SGA is going to shoot 50 free throws a game probably, but he's going to have a good series. I really like this Oklahoma City team. I think that they're probably finals bound. I don't think there's anything that's really standing in their way at this point. The only thing is if the Nuggets can keep just playing this loose and putting up 115, 120 points a game, and Jokic just keeps getting these triple doubles, then they'll have a shot. But I would expect Oklahoma City just on paper to kind of roll through this series.
We did also see game one of the Pacers and Cavs. Surprisingly, the Pacers came out and just ran the ball on the Cavs all game long. They never really felt like they set the pace. The Pacers did, which I know sounds redundant, but they did. They were just running the ball, going hard all game long. Tyrese Halliburton was the head of the snake. He is such a big component of what this team does. If he's playing well, then that team feels like everybody plays well. And when he starts to slow down, that's when we see Siakam start to slow down and Benedict Mathurin start to slow down. And everybody else maybe slow the pace down because Tyrese Halliburton isn't pushing it as much as he needs to when he starts to play well. They go out and just have a really good game. You also see a little bit of ball hogging between Ty Jerome and Donovan Mitchell. 50 combined field goal attempts between Donovan Mitchell and Ty Jerome. This is a really talented roster. You can't just have two guys trying to take over. I get Donovan Mitchell at 33, but Ty Jerome, again, 21 points on 20 shots. You say, well, Ty Jerome had 21 points on 20 shots. Not that impressive. You got to be able to put up those numbers. 33 points on 30 shots. Not that impressive. I get that not everybody can do it, but you have to be able to be more effective with the ball because you're not going to get as many possessions. That's regular season basketball. It's not playoff basketball.
Yeah, I totally agree. I also love that in this series we get two Longhorns going up against each other, Miles Turner and Jared Allen. So that's pretty fun. I'll be honest, I didn't watch a whole lot of this game, but Tyrese Halliburton is an elite player. So if he can keep playing like that, then I think they're going to have a really good shot. I've never been a big Donovan Mitchell guy. I get that he's an elite player. I don't think he's ever been that guy that's going to put you over the top. Maybe I'm wrong, but Cleveland has enough talent to put all this together, and they have enough talent to win this series. They can't have two guys shooting 50 shots and scoring 50 points. I mean, that's
especially when one of those guys is on your bench.
Yeah, I mean that's not winning basketball. It's very hard to win that way. I think that they'll have to find a way to get some other people involved. I don't know who that might be off the top of my head, but 21 points on 20 shots, like you said. I mean, it's just the key to basketball in the postseason is efficiency and defense. And they didn't have either of those things in game one. So unless they can figure out a way to kind of put that together, then they're going to be in trouble. But I think they can. I think they're talented enough to do it.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, look, we'll get into it that Aaron Nesmith and Andrew Nimhard are not going to shoot as well from the 3-point range as they did in this game. The team shot 53% from three for Indy. Like, things are going to change, and you'll have a much better shot in some of these games because Indy, especially down the stretch, just shot lights out and kind of pulled away in this. But what it was they would shoot lights out and in the half court, and then they would just run on you. And you could tell that Cleveland was getting tired by the end of the game. And it was just two guys that just kind of played ISO ball for most of the game. You got to get the ball in Evan Mobley's hands. I know Darius Garland being out is also a hurt for this Cleveland team, but maybe they'll be able to get it going as they continue on. Also, we get the Knicks and the Celtics tonight as well. This one feels like game one, maybe a blowout. It's going to be either the Knicks come out and they still have all the energy and the Celtics are a little bit of rust. But I feel like this is going to be Boston just running them over as the Knicks are still a little bit tired from that Pistons series and maybe not fully ready for what the Celtics are going to bring out to them. I think this could be a bad game for the Knicks.
Yeah. One quick question about that Cleveland Indiana series is Rick Carlisle still the coach of the Pacers, right?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to take the Cavaliers to end up winning that series. I'm just kidding. I love Rick Carlisle. But no, I think you're probably right. Detroit gave New York everything they wanted and more in that series, and I think they're going to be a little bit beat up. We kind of talked about that before that series started, how that could be the case if this thing went too long. So, and Boston's just so good. I would have a hard time seeing New York getting a win here. That Detroit series I feel like it just took so much out of them. That was such a hard fought series, and Detroit pushed them way farther than they expected.
Boston is an 8.5-point favorite in this game.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, if Vegas puts that kind of a line on it, they know something.
Yeah, that's not great for a second round game, but I don't think this one's going to be particularly close. If you do, go ahead and take that line though, because you feel pretty good about it. I want to talk to you a little bit about Vegas though, Matt, and we saw some numbers come out for some over-unders after the draft of NFL win totals. And there was a concerning one in there. And I get we are going to go under the assumption that Jerry Jones is not insane. We're going to go under the assumption that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and Brian Schottenheimer can recognize something that is blatantly, glaringly obvious, and all of us know and will address the situation at wide receiver 2. Now, that may be being kind because there's a very good chance that they will not address the situation at wide receiver 2 and will say, we traded for Mingo. We think he's going to be a guy. We have Tolbert. We know he's a guy. And we're going to put him over there, and we're going to pretend that CeeDee Lamb is having a bad season and didn't deserve his money because he is being five players are guarding him every single time he gets out They're not even guarding the other wide receivers. They're just going to put 5. They're putting 11 guys on CeeDee Lamb because they know that's where the ball is going. And so this number for the over-unders for Texas for the NFL have come out. We'll talk about a few different teams, but we'll start with the Cowboys. Cowboys over-under number is 7.5. That means a win is 8-win season. A 8-win season for the Cowboys gets you money. And Vegas doesn't like losing money. So this feels like they are trying to entice Cowboys bettors to bet on this. But they're not. I mean, 7.5, that's a really low number for what this Cowboys team should want to be with Dak Prescott returning.
Yeah. I mean, I totally buy this. I do not think the Cowboys are going to be a good football team next year because they don't have a legitimate number 2 wide receiver. Their offense is going to be stagnant. It's going to be a lot of what we saw last year. You know, I get that they improved the offensive line a little bit. I don't think that's going to help. I get that they drafted Jaden Blue. I think he's going to have some exciting plays, but I don't think that that's going to be the difference in you winning, 7 to 10 games. All the Cowboys have done this offseason to address their wide receiver position is sign 2 undrafted free agents, Trayshawn Holden and Josh Kelly. Trayshawn Holden got kicked off of Oregon for some legal issues. So, who knows what's going to happen there. He's a talented player, but you improved your defense a little bit. You're not going to have your top corner to start the season. Deron Bland's future is in doubt. So who knows what's going to happen there. I think this is kind of right on the nose, man. I don't think that they're going to be a better football team than they were last year, and they were 7-10 last year.
You don't think with the starting quarterback, you think Dak Prescott being in there instead of Cooper Rush does not give you another game?
No, not really. I mean, no. I hesitate to say that I like Dak Prescott because I would rather they had a different quarterback. But he's a good quarterback. I'm not saying he's not a good quarterback. What I'm saying is that the rest of the team around him is just not very good, and he can only do so much. And I don't think that, your 2 biggest issues last year were that you didn't have a running back or a running game, and you didn't have a number 2 wide receiver. You didn't really make an aggressive move to fix either of those issues. You kind of put a Band-Aid on the running back one and gave yourself some possibilities for the future. But the wide receiver position is still the wide receiver position. Jake Ferguson's still your starting tight end. You still don't have a left tackle who you are very confident in. It's ostensibly the same football team that they had last year, except a couple of different names in the running back room. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, I would just say I think Dak Prescott gives you a game over Cooper Rush. I would think it would give you a game. We'd say
it might give you a game here, but there's also a game there that's going to get taken away by something else.
All right.
In my opinion.
All right. So let's see. Does Amari Cooper give you a game? Does it push you to 8 then?
No. Amari Cooper's washed.
So there's nothing they can do.
They can make a trade.
They make a trade. So if they brought in George Pickens, does that get them to 8?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. I mean, that's
hold on. Let me sort of preface all of this by saying something else too.
Okay.
When it comes to the Cowboys, I am the ultimate pessimist. So, I fully expect to be wrong about this because I always err on the side of they're going to be worse than they're going to be better. But I just don't think that they did enough in this offseason to make any sort of rational improvement over next year. And even when they had Dak last year, they weren't exactly the best team in the NFL. They were still very mid. So
I'll say this. I think their defense is going to be noticeably better this year. I think the Mike Zimmer experiment failed pretty miserably. And now part of that was that the offense wasn't really doing anything either. But I think that just kind of failed miserably, the Mike Zimmer. So I think Eberflus will get that defense going a little bit better than it's been going. I think they'll be able to push a little bit more in that. Deron Bland and Micah Parsons are both still playing for contracts, right?
Yeah. The other thing though that I have an issue with here for the Cowboys is I really don't know what the offense is going to look like.
No.
Like, I don't know how it's successful Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams are going to be calling an offense, how it's all going to come together, if their plan is going to work. Because I wasn't a fan of the Brian Schottenheimer hire to begin with. So that's kind of playing a role in how I feel about this as well, because I don't know what to expect out of all that. And it's hard for me to gauge how much better they can actually be when they have a first-year head coach, first-year offensive coordinator, whole new coaching staff on both sides of the ball. So they're a very big unknown for me, I guess, at this point. So that's why I'm erring on the side if they're going to suck.
All right. The Texans fall in at 9.5 is their over-under. Do you fall in the over-under for the Texans?
I think they're going to be over. I think
the
that
10-win team last year as well. So they were over last year. They were 10 last year.
Yeah, I think that they're going to win 12 games next year. I'm really confident about this Texans team. I think CJ Stroud's going to take a step forward. I think they're going to, they're going to figure out some things. I think the offensive line coach change is going to end up being a good thing in the long run. I thought that the receivers they added in the draft, especially, are going to really help them out. Especially the first one that they drafted, the bigger guy. His name escapes me at the moment. Wiggins, yeah, or Higgins or whatever.
Higgins, sorry.
Yeah, Higgins. And I thought that the moves they made on defense were good as well. So, I really like what they did. And I think that they're going to win the AFC South going away, honestly.
It should. If you look at the other teams in the AFC South, we see that the Titans are a 5.5 over-under. Not a lot of love there for Cam Ward, but I get that. 7.5 for the Colts and 7.5 for the Jags. So all of those teams expected to be, Cowboys range of players. So not anything too big there.
And that's another thing too, going back to the Cowboys, is that they're playing in a really, really tough division. Washington's going to be really good. Philadelphia, obviously, really good. The Giants aren't going to be anything special, but the AFC South is arguably the weakest division in football right now. And the only thing that's standing in the Texans' way is a first-year head coach in Jacksonville and a 14-year-old GM. So I think that they're going to be okay.
He just had a birthday, right? He was 13. That was a 14-year-old GM. So happy birthday to that young man who pulled off a major trade on the draft day to go get Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
There's 4 teams that have the highest over under, which is 11.5. Do you want to take a guess on who those 4 teams are?
Okay, I will go Philadelphia.
Yep.
I will go Kansas City.
Yep.
Detroit.
No.
Ooh. Green Bay.
No.
Oh, damn. Okay.
I have to look down. The lines are 10.5.
Okay. Baltimore.
Baltimore, yes.
And then I don't know.
Reigning MVP.
I don't even know who won the MVP last year. I can't remember.
Buffalo Bills.
Bills. Yeah, the Bills. Yeah, the Bills. Josh Allen.
Bills 9.5 is the over/under for the Packers there. So they're in the 9.5 camp with the Texans and the Broncos and the Buccaneers and the Bengals. Commanders in that 9.5. Rams in that 9.5. Chargers in that 9.5. 49ers falling in at 10.5 over/under for the 49ers.
I will take the under on that all day.
So no, do you have no faith in that recovery with Christian McCaffrey if he comes back and plays a little bit better, and that was a health issue last year? You think that was not as much of a fluke as it was?
Well, they just lost so many pieces. Like, Christian McCaffrey is a hell of a player when he's healthy, but there's so many pieces of that roster that are gone. So they may be a pretty good team, but I have a hard time seeing them put it all back together in year one.
Yeah, I'm with you. That one seems ridiculously high for me. 10.5 seems really, really high for this 49ers team. And I'm still, Christian McCaffrey's not an old guy, but having him come off of injuries where he had to leave the country to get treatment, I don't know. Maybe they weren't drug testing him last year, so maybe he got some things that will make him play even better. But the treatments that he was supposedly having to go get to get better. And then, Joe's no Deebo Samuel. They trade him away. Trent Williams is another year older. That offensive line was held together with duct tape anyway, which, by the way, I was making this point to a 49ers fan the other night that I was like, the difference of why I wasn't so concerned about Laramie Tunsil leaving the Texans is watching Trent Williams in the 49ers offense. When Trent Williams is on the field, that 49ers offensive line played well. And when he was not, they played like garbage, right? Mm-hmm. When Laramie Tunsil was or was not on the field, that offensive line played like garbage. Like, there was no noticeable difference when Laramie Tunsil was there or not. It wasn't like this big thing of everyone played better when Laramie Tunsil was out there. So when you go a real franchise left tackle, the guy that they say is one of the best in the game, and I get Trent Williams is a Hall of Famer, so it's a little bit different to pull off, but that's why it was like, he's clearly not having the impact on the offensive line as a whole that you'd want out of your left tackle, especially a veteran that you're paying a ton of money to. You'd like him to have more of an impact. So but you see that example. But again, it's a year older Trent Williams on that offensive line. Are they going to be able to hold all the pieces they had to get rid of? They still have Ayuk. They still have George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey coming back. Brock Purdy apparently is close to signing that deal now. So they'll have Brock Purdy ready to go. It's going to be an interesting role for them, but 10.5, that Vegas usually isn't really, really wrong. And I would have put this one probably at 7.5, 8.5 if I was going to go nicely. But we talked about that division and the winners. They have the Rams at 9.5, the Chargers at 9.5, and the 49ers at 10.5, which has to put your Seahawks at 7.5. So not a lot of love for Sam Darnold in that one, but that division looks to be extremely competitive.
Yeah, the Chargers are in the AFC. Where are the Cardinals in there?
The Cardinals are 8.5.
8.5. So yeah, even then, like the NFC West is going to be really tough. I don't think it's like necessarily out of the atmosphere to say that the NFC West might be the toughest division in the NFC, because every team is pretty good. Like with the NFC East, the Giants are bad, the Cowboys are just above bad. The NFC North, we don't really know, how all of those teams are going to be. Detroit's really good, Green Bay is really good, Chicago, we just kind of have to wait and see. I don't know. And Minnesota is kind of the same way, just because we don't know with the Michigan quarterback how they're going to be either. So, but no, I mean the NFC West is going to be really, really tough. Like if the Rams are as good as I'm expecting them to be, then this division is going to be really, 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 really deep. Like really deep.
It is, yes. And you're right. The Chargers, I had my AFC and NFC West. So I was throwing off. They're both going to be really tough divisions, because we look at the AFC West with the Chiefs at 11.5 wins, the Chargers at 9.5 wins, the Broncos at 9.5 wins, and then your team on the back end, the Raiders at 6.5. Looks to be tough out there in the AFC West as well.
Yeah, poor Raiders, man. That's that's going to be really tough, because one of your division rivals has the best quarterback, arguably, of all time. Another one has probably the best defense in the NFL with the Broncos. And then, now you have the Chargers coming in, just completely reloading the weapons for Justin Herbert, who I think is super underrated and one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. You got a new coach who actually has some like established credibility in the NFL, unlike Brian Schottenheimer. Like Jim Harbaugh knows what he's doing. So yeah, I expect them to take a big step forward. I don't know who's going to win that division, just because, I mean, the conventional wisdom would say the Chiefs, just because they're the Chiefs. But I wouldn't be surprised if somebody else come up there and stole that division title. Like the Broncos are a super interesting team to me. Like I think if they don't have a sophomore slump with Bo Nix,
yeah,
and he can come out of the gates, playing pretty well, then they're going to be really, really interesting team in the AFC.
That's also the sophomore slump thing. Which quarterback is going to, because there was a good number of quarterbacks who played pretty well last year, rookie quarterbacks. So we'll see who has the actual sophomore slump. I mean, you could say it's JJ McCarthy, but he didn't play last year. So technically this is a rookie season, I guess. Michael Penix, I don't think was good enough last year to have a sophomore slump. I think that would just be continuing playing. I don't know if one of these guys ends up having it or not. There are 4 teams with a 5.5. Your lowest, 4 teams with a 5.5. Any guesses on who are the 4 worst projected teams in the NFL, Matt?
The Browns.
Yep.
The Saints.
Nope. Saints get 6.5.
Ooh. The Giants.
Giants, yeah, 5.5.
The Jets.
Yep, 5.5 for the Jets as well. One more team.
Ooh. Patriots?
No, the Patriots are the Patriots are 7.5. Patriots did well in that draft. They're bumped up to 7.5.
They did. I don't know. Who is it?
I've already mentioned it's the Titans are your last.
Oh,
team
that's
at
right.
5.5.
That's right.
The Titans are your last team there at a 5.5. Yeah, the Saints, the Raiders, and the Panthers get to move up to that 6.5. They're not in the bargain. They're not in the bottom anymore. They're slightly better than the bottom.
The Panthers were going to be my next guess, but yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll come back. Let's get into some other topics when we get back. Maybe talk some college football. Another coach was suspended. Shockingly, this story will not go away. So we'll get into that when we come back, and some other stories from around the sports world here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their 2 flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we roll on in the show. We didn't get to see Matt here in the last few minutes. We'll get into a little bit of fun here. We did get to see Chiron Moore. A year after taking over as coach, a year after we figured all the punishments from the Connor Stallions investigations would have been done and we have moved on and everything is okay. Apparently something else must have been found in the internal investigation of Connor Stallions, and Chiron Moore is now going to take a 2-game suspension next season because of his involvement and apparently things that he knew during the Connor Stallions sign stealing and all of that investigation, the destroying of evidence, that part of it as well. He will get 2-game suspension. Now they're giving it to him when they want to give it to him, which is games 3 and 4. They play Oklahoma in week 2. They want to have him there for the Oklahoma games. They're going to wait and suspend him game 3 and 4, which is just It's all silliness of these suspensions where they're like, hey, we're going to suspend you. We're going to take the punishment. We're going to do it on 2 weeks when we don't need to have you. So we're going to give you a 2-week vacation now in the minute, is a break. Now, it is not great to do that right before conference play. He's not supposed to have any affiliation with the team for 2 weeks right before conference play. But is this more nothingness from Michigan? Where do you stand on suspending a guy a couple years later for whatever involvement and then not really saying what the problem was? Just going, no, we figured it out. He's suspended. Guys, don't look into this anymore.
This is such a disingenuous piece of bullcrap from Michigan. I hate this so much. Like, being able to pick and choose when you suspend your coach, like what games you suspend your coach for, is ridiculous. You should just be like, all right, right out of the gates, you're suspended for the first 2 games, or you really want to face your punishment, we're going to suspend you for Ohio State and Penn State, or whoever else is on their schedule. I don't know, but like, just picking like Central Michigan is one of these games. It's like what message are we trying to send here? Like, oh yeah, it's a little slap on the wrist. It's no big deal. You just cheated the entire system, and now we're going to just give you the easiest games off that you want to have off. I mean, obviously Oklahoma should be a game that he has to be suspended for. That's one of the toughest games on their schedule. That's the toughest game in their non-conference.
No, but this is all. So, but there's a flip beside this too. The kids that are there now should not be punished because there was an idiot there a few years back. And honestly, Chiron Moore probably shouldn't be as punished as he's being punished, because they just can't punish Harbaugh, so they're going to punish Chiron Moore, and they're going to suspend him this year, and he'll probably get fired after this year. And they're just going to go, we're moving on from it completely. But the kids should not get punished for – the kids had nothing to do with it. Should not be punished for – this is 2 years ago now. A lot of those kids are gone.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that argument, and I feel bad for the kids in this situation because they shouldn't be having to deal with any of this, at least the players who have gotten there in the last 2 years. But I think it sends a bad message, and it sets a bad precedent that you can just pick and choose whatever games you want to be suspended.
I agree with that. I agree that you shouldn't. I think they shouldn't have suspended him. I think they should have said we're done with it and moved on. I don't think anyone would have cared.
I guess that's kind of what I'm. That makes more sense to me. Like, I would just rather they not have suspended him and like fined him or something.
Yeah,
as opposed to just picking and choosing these 2 like crappy games that you have on your schedule to impose a fake punishment. It just like it holds no weight to it.
No, because it basically it really punishes the kids and the fan base way more than it penalizes the guy. And then if you're like, no, we're just going to take all your money. You cheated, so we're taking all your money. Then be like, oh, don't do that, because they're going to take all of your money. We're going to take, you know what? Here's the deal. Retroactively, we are going to take back your entire paycheck from that season.
Yeah.
So we're going to pay you a ton of money because now you're a head coach. You're making good money now, but we're going to throughout this season, retroactively take back all your money because you cheated. And I think it would make people a little bit more cautious about cheating if you were to come back and lose all of the money you made that season for cheating. I think that would affect people. Now, I get certain people like Bill Belichick wouldn't give a crap about it in North Carolina. That may encourage him to start cheating. Like, I don't need this paycheck. I'm just here. I'm gonna move on and start cheating. But it's another one of those stories, and I just don't get why you would. And it's funny because I don't think they've officially announced it either. It kind of got floated out and leaked before it came out. But like, why was he not suspended? How does this investigation take this long that you're now? This is from 2 years ago. It's not last season stuff. Connor Stalions was long gone last year after the national title. He was long gone, and yet we're still dealing with this a couple years later. It just seems very disingenuous, and it really feels like they're like, we're pissed off that Harbaugh left and we can't penalize him because he kind of, had us in this situation, and then he just bounced when he knew he was about to get sanctioned or whatever else. He just bounced. And so we're just going to keep penalizing Chiron Moore, trying to put him in a bad situation so we can fire him at the end of the year. We want to really try and tie him to this so we have just cause to fire him because we never really wanted to hire him either. and then we can go out and get a better coach that we wanted to get, that we can go try and get somebody, because we don't feel that this is the guy necessarily. So unless he has a really good season, this is probably Chiron Moore's last year in Michigan.
But he's a Michigan man, Patrick. No, I like suspending him 2 years later for 2 games. It's like it's the same problem I have with taking wins away retroactively. Like, I don't care. I wouldn't care about that. Like,
No.
I still won the national championship.
Yeah.
Like, I was I was still there. I still played in that game. I still had the satisfaction
taking away Reggie Bush's Heisman. Like, well, it didn't mean Vince won it, so none of us care. Not one of us care, because we thought Vince should have won it, and he didn't, and you gave it to Reggie. So you taking it away doesn't mean anything. You're literally just being a jerk and taking back his stuff for some, and his was, kind of BS anyway.
Absolutely.
But it's like that one. You go, okay, who is this for? It's for a bunch of sanctimonious people. It's why we all hate the NCAA. Just the worst.
Yeah,
just the worst.
You really want to send a message? Hit people where it hurts, their pockets.
Yeah,
that's the only way to do it.
And I get that there's the, and crime and punishment, it doesn't work the same way, because then it just means rich people can get away with anything. But I still think in sports, it could affect some things. And if you have to have real problems, and if people are going to cheat to try and get out of it, then you can address those in the situation. But yeah, these suspending games for coaches, cool. You gave him a 2-week vacation.
Yeah.
That's,
either fine him or fire him. Like,
yeah,
no in between.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one. Let's hit this too. I'm not going to put this I can't put Pop in the meathead of the day. So I've got another video for that too. I just can't put him in there. But Pop did make his first public appearance since the stroke last year, when they did the official press conference announcing Mitch Johnson as the new head coach of the Spurs. He wasn't really ready to come back out into public yet, but he decided to do it because it was what was right for the team and right for the moment, that he would show up and support Mitch Johnson and show face that he was supporting this change, and that he's a part of it, and that he wants to be, he wants this next move. Because I think there was a lot more questions of why he wasn't coming back before we see this video, before you saw him today. Maybe there were some more questions of why he wasn't coming back. There was some more questions about Mitch Johnson being there. And you got the at least the questions of why he wasn't coming back answered today. But here's a little funny clip from the end, the happy clip. It's one of those things. It's kind of sad, because you see a guy who's been so great in his career and, kind of debilitated a little bit because of a stroke. But you also see, it's really cool to see Mono and Tim standing next to him, really helping him out. So here is Pop earlier today at the Mitch Johnson press conference.
And I'll do everything I can to help him and help them. But I'll have a new job, and I want to make sure everybody understands what the new job is. I'm no longer a coach. I'm El Jefe.
There we see Pop taking his new title as El Jefe for the Spurs. Yeah, it's a little sad, because you see he can't really move his left arm, or, he's still having issues on the left side, and he's trying to walk. But he came out flanked by the entire Spurs organization. Basically, all the team came out when he came into the press conference, and then Manu and Tim walked up there and helped him out with his jacket and everything. So it's a new era for the Spurs, but Pop will still be there, and maybe in a place where he doesn't have to be answering questions a bunch, or he gets to be behind the scenes a little bit more and work at his own pace, which is good to see.
Yeah. I don't know that there's another basketball coach in the history of the NBA that I have more respect for than Gregg Popovich. I think he's an awesome human being. He's, for my money, the best basketball coach that's ever lived. I love that they're giving him an opportunity to step back and still be a part of the organization and help out behind the scenes and still be in, because the Spurs are his life, right?
Yeah. Especially after his wife passed away a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So like he needs to be around around the franchise as much as he possibly can. And I'm sure he's still going to help out as much as he can, with the new head coach. And and do all those things from a distance. But I'm really glad they're taking care of him. Like there's not a lot of sports franchises out there who would take care of their guys the way that the Spurs are going to take care of him. And I really have a lot of respect for them for doing that.
Yeah, and you see all his players and the stories that have come out in the last weekend or week. It's been really cool to see a lot of those stories of just how much he meant to those players. So it's kind of sad to see somebody that be in that space. But yeah, I mean, we see Mike Tomlin is now the most tenured coach in professional sports right now, professional American sports, I can say, is Mike Tomlin, and he had the quote the one time, which I think Pop fits into well, which is that run to coaching. It's like you run to coaching. Real coaches do that, and that's what we saw Pop do, and that's why all those guys are so impacted by him. But I'll tell you what. Well, let's play a happier clip now, so I don't get so sad.
Hold on. I think that is a very happy clip. It's sad.
It's happy.
It also it's a tearjerker, but it's also really, really great to see that he's still going to be so involved there.
No, it is. It's good to see him be involved, and it's good to see the team take care of him. But here's a much funner clip. One of my favorites, Xavier Legette. It was at the Kentucky Derby over the weekend and sampling some food. Here's Xavier Legette.
What's going on, y'all? I'm Xavier Legette, and I'm about to go on the food tour with Shell. Let's do it. We had the tomahawk to start the morning off at the Kentucky Derby. I know it's gonna be a good day. How y'all doing it, man? Me too, man. Hey, y'all know what y'all doing, man. I ain't one of them to go. That's all. Pretty good flavor, man. When you bite into it, it's like the flavor just increases. This the 24-karat gold bacon I was telling y'all about yesterday. Now, I think it's the masterpiece, the bread and the butter. Now, I'm telling you. I'm trying to cook some of that right there today now.
Take a little bite. Don't take a big bite of it. It's just a flour. It's a Szechuan blossom.
And you say, don't take a big bite. It don't tingle.
It will. Give it just a second.
They need to try. Hold on, y'all. My whole tongue. A Szechuan blossom. Got a little bit of tingle in it. It ain't bad, though. I won't try new things, but I just tried it. It's pretty good.
Do you like beets?
Oh, no. That's the stuff they made the beet juice with, right? That's good for the kidneys or something.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it is.
We'll try it now. We're going to try it. I ain't mad at this right now. Y'all be doing it big, man. Come on, Chef. Let's hit the track.
There we go. That's Xavier Legette, the wide receiver for the Panthers. I love anytime I get to hear him talk because he has the most over-the-top accent. He's the one that when they would ask about certain foods, he'd be like, no, and then he would talk about eating raccoon. Yeah. And then he brought raccoon leftovers after Thanksgiving to the locker room, and everyone was like freaking out because like, nah, man, you got raccoon. It is the funniest thing. I always like watching that. And so now I'm on board for an Xavier Legette travel show of him just walking around trying new things.
Man, I saw another video of him. I don't know if it was Thanksgiving or like Christmas time or something, but they like shot a squirrel on their back porch and then skinned it and grilled it up and ate it. It's like wild, man. He's a gem. I love that guy. He's so much fun. He's so lighthearted. And he's got that country accent. I love it, man. I can't get it.
Yeah, when they put him out there when they had the game in Germany, so they were trying to have him try out German foods.
Yeah,
he's like, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, dude, that guy's going places. He's gonna have a career well after football. Like Food Network is probably like earmarking that. Like, all right, we got a diners, dives, and dash type show with Xavier Legette lined right up, and it's going to be absolute cinema.
Yeah, it's going to be great. It's just called Roadkill.
I love that.
Did you see the stuff about the Kentucky Derby? I didn't watch any of it, but I saw. Did you see the stuff about Mike Tirico?
I did not.
Mike Tirico is supposed to call it. It's a huge event, tons of viewership, and like going into it, the guy who's doing like the pre-show. Mike Tirico's like, hey, I'm not feeling really well. You might need to stick around because I may not be able to make it. And he's like, well, that's weird. Because Mike Tirico like would go through he's not going to miss this or anything. And then about 30, 40 minutes in, they call the other guy. And they're like, you need to come back. Like, get on stage now. Like, Tirico can't go. Apparently, he has a nut allergy. and something with a nut got into what he was eating.
Oh no.
And so his airways were closing while he was trying to broadcast into the show. So that is why he had to leave. It wasn't like, I'm feeling a little nauseous or anything else. It was like, no, I'm going to die. Probably should stop doing this show right now.
That is wild. Well, thank God he's okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
he got
dude, a nut allergy is no joke. That's
No.
one of the deadliest food allergies out there. I'm
no.
glad
So
he
apparently,
caught it.
I guess he doesn't have it like a severe nut allergy, but it's bad enough that it was like when you're trying to broadcast and then you can't breathe and you're trying to talk, like I can imagine that was getting, where you can't just grab your shirt and start pulling at the tie and everything.
Yeah.
Seemed pretty rough. So, but yeah, glad he's okay because you don't normally see a guy back out like 30 minutes into a broadcast unless things are pretty bad. We got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow with more, but until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from